yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
People for food. Now build no houses, them now build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, they promise to put all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. They're not sanitize on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stand. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stand. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. The people rely on him. You know, said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stand. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the...
Greetings and salutations one and all. Oh no do.
Nah build no houses and nah build no school. Kick them off the handle but of the most high rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause with the man them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. They fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stand.
Good afternoon, good morning, good day to you wherever you are in the world. How are you all doing? Welcome to another edition of school. Another class, another session.
All eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the book.
It's Reason with Rattigan. You're truly DJ Kim and Stu holding it down. The professor is what you all know me as.
You know, said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity.
I'm here with the provost.
Such an army, no simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your right.
Something just come. You can know when something just come to mind with the professor, you know, with the provost.
Risk them life for the people every day.
There's this look that he has in his eyes.
Defending your rights, I saw him stand. Them fight.
Inviting you all to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know it's time to grab out your slate, your notebook, your chalkboard, whatever it is that you want to take notes on. Or just mark the timeline on this broadcast.
All them are talk, them are the one who are crazy.
Because we have a loaded broadcast for you today.
Every day, get criticized for the people every day.
And there are several moving components to today's broadcast, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But we do encourage you to get somebody on. And Elaine is good for reminding us of this. Please, like up the live. It helps with everything that the platform is doing, that the organization is doing. Something as simple as likes on a broadcast like this, a YouTube broadcast. It helps with the algorithm, so it gets out to more people. It helps with drawing advertisers who then, through the reward program on YouTube, helps with the funding of the organization to get what needs to be done. Of course, you can go ahead and donate directly to the foundation. We do encourage that. You visit OJLDF.org Some of you might remember the .net. I almost said it just now. Don't worry, use it. It takes you to the same place. OJLDF.org. Visit the website and you can do your donations right there. Anything that you want to donate to. Outside of if we promote a GoFundMe, you might want to go straight to the GoFundMe. But if you make your donation on OJLDF and you stipulate that particular thing that we talk about or thing relating to a GoFundMe, all that will happen is the organization will make the donation on your behalf. That's all that's gonna happen. But go ahead and you can make those donations directly. Anything that you want to donate to relating to OJLDF, just visit the website. So it could be any of the three cases that the foundation have in court right now. Just in the comment section for the donation, you put that you want to put it to legal fees. If it is the tablet drive, which is an ongoing thing, say tablets, simply tablets, because we're only getting tablets for children going to school in Jamaica. We're not getting tablets for anybody. So if you just simply say tablets, that is where it will go. And so this is how you can contribute if you're not directly involved. This is how you can contribute to what is happening with the foundation, what the foundation is doing. And if collectively we get on board with a $2, $3, $5, $10, $20 donation regularly, then it goes a long way to the work that is being done by the organization. So don't ever think that your $10 is too small to make a difference. Collectively, it's a whole lot. 100 people put $10, do the math. So, how much for one tablet, Vestel? Was it $90? Producers, please, one of the producers, if you can put it in the chat for Vestel, how much it is that it's costing us to get each tablet to the children in Jamaica. Is Buchanan legal fee on it? You can, if that is where you want to donate to, just put in your donation Paul Buchanan legal fees, or if it is Paul Buchanan or Isaac Buchanan, which are the Buchanans you're referring to? Pauline, Gail. When is the final day to receive them? It's ongoing. It's ongoing, Vestel. So something like a tablet drive, that's ongoing. We're constantly getting tablets to the children in Jamaica. So that's not just a one-time thing. And the cases, are also ongoing. So that's how you get involved. But one of the producers will put it in the chat how much it is that we're getting the tablets for to the children. And I believe we're negotiating with another distributor to get some tablets right now. So you'll find out as the broadcast goes on. But yeah, this is what we do, how we do it all day, every day. Get on board, keep liking up the live, keep doing your donations, and keep your ears open and your mind open too, because some people might have different ideas of how to address a situation. It doesn't mean that it's the wrong way. Let's talk it out, as I'll address when we go through the engagement norms, and see if we're all going in the same direction. Provost, I see you deep over there. You need to unmute first. And people, you know when he has something coming in his head. 'Cause we went through some of these already. Well, went through all of them. And he has a thing for thoughts. And as a thinker, see him all assume the position as of the thinker. Y'all know the sculpture? See, look at him. Those of you who are on the radio side, I don't know what you're going to do to see him, but I'll describe it to you. Hand on chin, generally, the thinker's position, thinker's pose. And there he is. The email bounced back. Colleen James says the email bounced back, Ratty. Which, Colleen James, are you referring to the email on the OJLDF website? Are you referring to a different email? What are you referring to when you say the email bounced back? And let me know so that we can work out whatever it is that you're trying to do. But yeah, Provost, bring over your mic now. Oh, you're not ready yet. Oh, okay.
Come on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, your mic not ready though. You on, but you might not.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
If I'm bringing this round, right?
I have expensive mic, people. Him mic the round and him back and him turn it on and you can still hear him. So him Provost, I'm a bossy technology. Who work for your things? Engineer they are go out with things,
No. Everything good. Listen, Kevin, we could start with the I'm sorry. Hold on. We have all the documents. We have the one with the doctor up at UE.
Yeah.
If you can put that one up for me.
The email, the website, Delroy, OJLDF.org. You said you're getting a 404 error? You're putting in something wrong somewhere. OJLDF dot O. Well, you put in OLJDF. Colleen, it's OJLDF. And there's a donations site link that was just put in the chat room for you. Yeah, if you're looking for it. Look, it's the very last item in IC with that one that you're referring to.
Oh, hold on.
Provost. So in the IC tab, it's the very last item in the IC tab.
Okay. Yep, it's here. Let me see something.
Okay, Colleen. Let me know. Try with $1 first and see if it goes through, and then we can talk after that.
Kevin, you put up the IC the annual report.
Yes.
All right.
If it is open, that's another question. But I did.
Is it? No, that's not it. I just want to start. All right. Let me just talk to the folks here.
Yeah. My turn to look and your turn to talk.
All right. I'm going to move this. All right. Folks, welcome to Rattigan University. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here another Saturday afternoon to conduct this lecture series. And let me just start out by saying, folks, students, we have some empty seats in the room, so just a few. I need you to come forward. We don't need any spaces around here. A few of our students, they're no longer with us, and that's fine. So I need you to just come closer and I need you also to have your pad and your pen ready to take notes. And just remember a couple of rules. One is if you have questions, kind of do your homework, because we found out that some people, they're not doing their homework and some people are not coming to class. And that makes it increasingly difficult for us to make progress, because then when you don't do that, you ask questions that you shouldn't ask, because we've gone over the material so many times. I mean, once we understand, you may not grasp it. Twice, yes. 3 times, yeah. But when we do it consistently, week after week after week, and then you ask questions, it suggests to me that you haven't been to class or you're not listening. But it certainly doesn't convey to me that we haven't been teaching the material, because we have the videotape to prove that. So I'm asking you kindly, if you have a question, by all means, ask a question. But if you're going to challenge some of the things that we've said, then just get your facts together before you challenge, and just don't challenge willy-nilly, because you know what's going to happen. I'm going to ask certain questions to see if there's any basis in your challenge. And if there's no basis in your challenge, you've not only disappointed me, but you've disappointed yourself and you've disappointed the class. Because one of the things that we preach around here is that when you're going to ask a question, at least do some kind of homework and kind of get some sense of what's going on. We're willing to work with that, but we're not willing to work with people who don't come to class, don't do the homework, don't watch the video, and then you come and you ask questions that is just a waste of time. You have to show some interest in this. And believe me, the overwhelming majority of you have shown the interest, and we thank you, because we want you to go out as informed people. We want you to go out as people with a critical mind. Because here's what I found out. A lot of the education that we get is it's based on rote memory. It's memorization. And so people memorize and regurgitate. So the teacher says ABC, and then there's an exam. What are the first 3 letters of the alphabet? ABC. There's not much critical thinking involved. And that's what we try to establish around here, to have you look at it and say, well, ABC, they're 3 letters, but they're 3 letters of the English alphabet. And can you form words with them? And are there more letters in the English alphabet that you can form words with? How do you pronounce them? All of these things, we're asking you to think critically. Ask questions, man. But you see, it's difficult to answer the question, Professor. Somebody come and say, after you've been teaching them this for weeks and weeks and months, they come and say, what is ABC? And you say, we've gone through that a million times. So again,
Somebody waste time.
Yeah, so again, class members, I wanna thank you for being here, and just come closer. Just come closer. We have a few empty seats. Producer OT went through the list, and we noticed that there's some people who are no longer with us, and that's fine. That's okay. So for those of you with us, here's where we're going to start, because we're in a hurry today. We're in a hurry. We have lots of people to talk to. Here we go. Rattigan University. Boom. Truth Upheld. Shaping Civic Minds. All right. Here it is. No, this is not one from last.
No.
That's one from last week. Yeah, we'll bring up this. Yeah, we'll do a new one. And we have lots of people coming on today. And at the same time, I want to expound on certain topics. One of them that we want to expound on is this TCN business. And joining us today will be the gentleman at the center of this, Pastor Alvis, who's in a faraway country called Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. He will be joining us with his wife and maybe some of his some other family members. And we're not going to belabor the points that have been made already, except that we want to know about his condition, we want to know about his family, and we want to know if the Jamaican government has made any contact with him. So he'll be on and he'll share his ongoing experience with you. We also will be talking, so the TCN will be talking about, we'll also be talking about Ambassador Audrey Marks. There's so much to discuss with this lady. But because of limited time today, we're going to speak on maybe 1 or 2 videos. We're going to look at 1 or 2 videos and we're going to go over the material that she mentioned. We're also going to be talking about the commission, people. The commission.
Formerly known as the Integrity Commission.
Formerly known as the Integrity Commission. We're going to, because it is a sore point with a lot of people. It's funny, you know, we criticize the government, and rightfully so. And people, except for the diehards, the people who refuse to acknowledge facts, people readily see what we're doing. We're trying to get the government to do a course correction. We're not here to, especially now after the election, we're not here to force regime change. We're here to say, okay, you're still running the country and you're running it into a ditch. Here are the issues. Here are some new issues. Here are some continuing issues. Here are some old issues. We need you to address these things for the sake of our people and the sake of our country. And by and large, you don't, students, you don't get upset with that. But when we talk about the Integrity Commission, it's almost like a sore point. And I'm saying the same rules should apply to the Integrity Commission, the commission. In fact, we should be more stringent with them, because guess what? They are the last line of defense or offense, so you want to look at it, between us and the corrupt politicians. If they don't do their job, we're finished, because they are the premier anti-corruption agency in Jamaica. They took 3 agencies and combined them and said, okay, this one agency will now investigate and prosecute, because that's one of that's one of the hallmarks of the legislation, because they said previously there were 3 agencies looking at corruption, but they didn't have the authority to prosecute. It had to go through the DPP. Now they said, okay, we're going to give you that authority. So that's why they have a position called the corruption prosecutor assigned within the commission. So they have a huge responsibility, and they should be scrutinized. And I'm telling you, my people, they're not being scrutinized the way they should be scrutinized. But let me just show you something, because we only have a half hour to do this segment. Oh, let me go back to the stage and see. Okay, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is. What is Audrey Marks' real role in government? Because she's all over the place. She's doing stuff that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security should be doing. She's doing things that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade should be doing. She's doing things that the Ministry of Minister of National Security and Peace should be doing. And she's also doing things that the Prime Minister should be doing. She's all over the place. So we really want to find out what exactly is her role. And at the same time,
is she doing what she is supposed to be doing?
I beg your pardon?
Is she doing what she is supposed to be doing?
No, because she's also an MP, and she's also the Minister of Efficiency, Innovation, and Digital Transformation. And the role that she's playing with these other ministries has nothing to do with what she's doing. And she will readily admit that. And then she came out, and I noticed that she stopped speaking, and good, because she made an absolute mockery of the process.
It's your fault.
So she come out and she start talking and then and also she's doing things that the Minister of Education, who's in charge of information, Minister Dana Morris Dixon, is responsible for. She's doing all the work of all of these people, and I don't know if she's a coordinator. I don't know if she's a spokesperson. I don't know what she's, but one thing we do know is that she's not making sense, and she's making a huge mess of everything. She's not the only one. She's the primary one, though, because we see her, having meetings, traveling, speaking to the media, doing all kinds of things to no avail. We're not impressed. In fact, we're depressed by the things that she's done. And we have two videos of her doing interviews, and there's one on a local radio station. We're going to play the entire piece. We played a segment of it last week, but Professor, there is so much. I played the whole thing, and there is so much in that interview. It's amazing. That's why you have to pay attention. You have to read. You have to read. You have to be able to understand. Reading comprehension is a must. You have to be critical. You can't depend on other people to just feed you things. And that's why when we provide things to you, we say, look, go look at it yourselves. And we tell you, we don't come out and tell you, well, it's here, it's there, or I heard it. No. We show you so that you can go look at it yourself. We're trying to inspire you. So the next second topic, the Integrity Commission, a toothless and blind tiger cub. Now, somebody said to me, an intellectual in Jamaica said, man, the language is rough. And I said, but it's deserving. It's deserving. You can't tell me that they don't deserve this. It's toothless. They're toothless and they're blind. We'll show that to you. Now let me move on. There we go. Provost and the professor. Oh, here are the guest lecturers today. We have Marcus Bird. You've seen him before on this program. He's a writer and a filmmaker. Mama Rose, the herbalist. We have Joan Alves. Joan Alves is the wife of Junior Alves, the pastor who's in the jail in Eswatini. We have Kay Osborne, activist, affiliated with
Advocates Network.
Advocates Network, just like Rosemary Francis Binder. And then we have Sharon Gordon, a dear friend of mine, long time. I'm a sister, a producer. They're gonna be on. So you see, we have a full lineup today. So we have to run. Kevin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so especially today, we definitely want you to be active listeners and have an open mind so that we can use this time effectively. And as you can see, we have a lot of people passing through, a lot of moving parts. So we're going to have to be quite efficient today. So you might hear me chiming in and giving a time update as we're on certain topics. It's all a part of what we need to do to make sure that we address all that needs to be addressed today. Of course, topics wise, everything is not going to get our full attention, but as it relates to the guest lecturers, to get them all in and still address some of what we want to address, we need to be effective and efficient with it. So be present, comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint so that anybody else can learn something, just like with the link earlier to donate. And when comments like those, questions like those, we welcome those things. Celebrate others' contributions. Don't browbeat anybody. Don't beat down anybody for what they're saying. Accept it with love and correct in love. And of course, we want to enjoy the experience. After we have this experience, we're going to let our hair down. We have the Saturday Stew with me at 8 o'clock. We have Relax with the Rebel at 10 o'clock. So we have let down or hear moments following this broadcast. But as it is right now, let's enjoy this as much as we can as we learn. Because when we enjoy our learning, we remember a whole lot more. Provost.
All right, thank you. New members, big up on yourself. Big shout out. Thanks for joining us. You have made a very, very wise choice, and you will not regret it. Thanks again for joining us. All right, see this? Henry Kissinger, another one. Corrupt politicians make the other 10% look bad. So what this is saying is only 10% of the politicians, they're honest. I think that's quite, as I say, apropos for Jamaica. Corrupt politicians make the other 10% look bad. So 90% of them corrupt. All right. Big up yourself, Henry Kissinger. Integrity is making sure that the things you say and the things you do are in alignment. Integrity is making sure that the things you say and the things you do are in alignment. You don't want it like this. You want it like this, in alignment. All right. Let me switch from that, use that to segue to something else. Now, remember, we're talking about the commission now. Remember, I told you a while back that the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 is a very poorly drafted document. I don't care who drafted it. It's a poorly drafted document. And I can tell you as I sit here that both administrations are responsible for that document. Both, right? But it's poorly drafted. I can show you loopholes in that thing, people. And remember I said to you a while back that if I had to represent a politician who was accused of violating the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, I'm like 100% sure that that person is not going to prison. Is not going to prison based on the way it's been drafted. I can show you in the Hansard, in the discussions they had leading up to the passage of the bill, where they even said, they pointed out section and said, this is a loophole. And guess what? They didn't close the loophole. It's in the law. So anybody who wants to challenge me about the Integrity Commission being a poorly drafted document, I welcome the conversation.
The act.
The act, yeah. I welcome the conversation because, and the other thing is, if you haven't read the document, if you haven't read the law, it doesn't make sense for me to have a conversation with you. You must read that thing if you're going to engage me, because I've read it many times. And Jeffrey says the loophole is deliberate. That may very well be, because when you read the Hansard, Jeffrey, Worrell, when you read the Hansard and you see what they were saying about it, and when this one politician said, but this section here regarding gifts from family members, whatever, this is a loophole. And that's it. Dee Marie said, you seem to want to help free the crooked politicians. Let me show you who's freeing the crooked politicians, Dee Marie. Let me show you something. Look at this. See this? This is a gentleman with the headliner, Kevin. Here it is. See that? I see faces, fresh lawsuit. Rattigan didn't file it. Rattigan didn't file it. Look at this. This gentleman, Carl Bruce, is a gentleman up at the University Hospital of the West Indies. He's an official up there, Dr. Carl Bruce, medical chief of staff, right? Look at this. He didn't file his statutory declaration for more than 6 years. I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. He did not file. In fact, I think they said he didn't file from 2018. Guess what happened in 2018? In 2018, the Integrity Commission was established. So what they're telling you is that he didn't file his statutory declaration from the time he should have under this new regime. He didn't. Let me just make sure that that's the story. Let me see. Okay. It says, all right, here it is. They said he hadn't filed it for more than 6 calendar years. And remember, this organization was established 8 years ago. So more than 6, was that 7, 8? A long time. So, look at this. Look at this, people. Look at the slackness. Look at this. Look at the top of this thing here. Bruce was required by a notice dated April 8th this year. This year. So D. Marie, make we talk, right? He was supposed to file it 7 years, 8 years ago. And it's this year they're writing to him to tell him that you need to file your statutory declarations. This year. So tell me now, who is doing what? Now, let's go further. He challenged them. They wrote to him, they didn't investigate him. They just wrote to him and said, you need to file your statutory declarations that you should have filed 7, 8 years ago, right? See what he did? In an urgent application for court orders, he immediately went to court. And remember what I told you a while back, that one way to get rid of this thing here, this commission investigation, you run straight to court. Who started it? In a big way, the Prime Minister. Who followed him? Xavier Main. Who followed him? Andrew Wheatley. You remember them names there? And who followed Andrew Wheatley? Carl Bruce. Right? The difference, though, is that with the Prime Minister, with Xavier Main, with Andrew Wheatley, they were investigated. In this case, there is no investigation. They just wrote to him and said, you need to file your statutory declaration for the last 8 years, 7 years, whatever the time period, for a long time. And he said, hell no, I'm going to court. And he went to court to say, I am not a public official. Now, if you read the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, it would appear as if this man is a public official. But he said, I am not. I'm challenging the statute. He said, it doesn't apply to me. Right? So, there it is right here. There is a serious issue to be tried as to whether the claimant is a public official within the meaning of the Integrity Commission Act and ought properly to have been issued a notice. So that's all they did, Professor. They gave him a notice. They didn't investigate him. They just said, please submit a statutory declaration. You haven't filed in the last 7 or 8 years, right? Now, look at this. Look at what the judge did. Here it is right here. It says, the judge is supposed to give her a ruling on September 8th. But look at what the judge did. She put out an interim injunction. You know what that means, people? Meaning that the IC can't do anything. The toothless and blind tiger cubs can't do anything. They have to go suck nipple buckle. Can't do anything. Right? And look at this. Look at this. Now, see that? Chairman of the IC, retired Supreme Court Judge Carol Lawrence Beswick. I don't even want to read you from the newspaper article. I'm going to read you from the Commission's annual report, official document. We don't want what some reporter might have conjured up, might have said, blah, 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 because, no, we don't want that. No, look at this. Look at this. It says, here it is, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Dr. Andrew Wheatley are among the senior public officials who have taken the commission to court over the findings of separate investigations. So you see how far it's gone now. It's gone from investigations to just notification. Those two people, they were investigated. Carl Bruce was not investigated. He just received a simple notice saying, file your thing. And he said, I'm not filing, because guess what happened now? And look at the timing of it. What we're going through right now with the PAC. Shenanigans going up at the University Hospital of the West Indies. Exactly. This man happens to just happens to be involved with the administration there. He's employed there. And honestly, the timing. If I were representing this man, I'm not going to no jail. I can take that and put on a pipe and smoke. He's not going. And by the way, the Prime Minister, all of you out there who think that the Prime Minister is gonna go to jail because of his statutory declaration, think again. Personally, I think that there are violations, and I would love to see him suffer the consequences for that, i.e., go to prison. I would love to see that. But that remains, because to be realized, because you're talking about a court case and a jury or maybe a judge, a bench decision. But I'm saying, based on the evidence that I've seen concerning the Prime Minister, I think there's enough there to at least charge him. Charge him. Dr. Wheatley, I have seen the report, and based on what I know in the report and outside the report, I think there's enough there to charge him. And if found guilty, prison. But guess what? We have a history. Since, we don't have to go too far back, since this institution was established, the Integrity Commission, or the commission formerly known as the Integrity Commission, not a single politician has been imprisoned under the act. Not one. And remember, they're there to address corruption issues. Not one. Now, let me show you something else. Let me move this, show you something. Quickly. Integrity Commission annual report. All right. Look at this, people. This is the annual report, fresh off of the press. See that? See that? All right. Take a look at this. You see, oh, and I asked somebody if they knew what the mandate was of the Integrity Commission. And all you have to do, if anybody asks you what is the mandate of the Integrity Commission, just mention the word corruption. Use it in, hey, you could just say corruption, one word, or anti-corruption, and you'd be good. But as long as you get anti-corruption in there, you're fine, right? You don't have to think too hard about it. No, here it is. This is the chairman of the commission, the Honorable Ms. Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick. Look at what she says. This is recent. What the date on this, Kevin? Tita, June 29th. Tita, June 29, 2026. Tita. Recent. Right, my people? There it is. Now look at what she says. For all of you who have it down a crowd from him, because, well, not you, my students, not you, the detractors, because you know that when I come correct, all right? Look at this. This is the chairman, the same judge. You see what you start out with? Corruption is a cancer. So once you mention corruption, anti-corruption, anything having to do with the mandate of the Integrity Commission or the commission, you're good. Just remember that. Anybody should have asked you the question, what is the mandate? Just say it is to fight corruption. And we're good. Now, look at this. They say it's a cancer, and they said the Integrity Commission is focused on excising this cancer from our midst, cutting it out. But are they? Are they? Look at this. I want you to pay close attention to what I'm going to show you right now, right? Navigating legal challenges. All right, here we go. During the reporting period, the commission, and them call themselves the commission to Theta Kevin. So when we call them the commission, people shouldn't.
Some people get their underwear in a bunch over it.
What was that?
Some people tend to get their underwear in a bunch over it.
And
I can't see why.
Right here, them call them, let me see if I can dig this up. This is right there. All right. No, let me make this a little bit smaller. You can see that?
Yeah,
all right. Look at it says, the commission observed an increase in legal actions brought against the organization and its leadership team, right? They said, everybody has a constitutional right to approach the courts, but it's important to recognize the implications of this emerging trend, meaning that this is something new we're seeing now. That people are going to courts. We know people can go to court and it's an exercise of their constitutional right. But in terms of going to court against the commission, this is something new. It's an emerging trend. Here it is. There is a legitimate concern that the increasing resort to litigation against the commission and its officers in the execution of their lawful duties may, whether intentionally or otherwise, look at this word right here, impede. See it? Impede the timely discharge of the commission's responsibilities. Meaning, people are going to court and we're having problems. People are going to court with actions against the commission and its leadership. And as a result, we, the commission, are having problems. Right? Look at this. Defending legal proceedings requires the commitment of significant time, financial resources, and institutional capacity that might otherwise be directed towards investigation and prevention of corruption. Any anti-corruption agency, anybody, you have to be prepared. You have to provide for resources to address lawsuits. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. So when you say, oh, they're suing us and it's taking away our resources and it's causing it's taking our time and our institutional capacity, that's BS with capital B, capital S, because when you have an organization like this, this is supposed to be in the mix. You prepare for this, my people. Let's continue. Look at it. The courts play a vital role in safeguarding the rule of law, blah, 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 blah. However, Sitya, it is equally important that the lawful execution of the commission's mandate, fighting corruption, is not frustrated, Sitya, delayed, or undermined by actions designed solely to discourage robust investigations or to inhibit the commission from carrying out the responsibilities entrusted to it. I.e., that is to say that the commission believe that their efforts to address anti-corruption issues are impeded, are blocked by legal action. And look at what they say, designed solely. So they're saying these legal actions, they have no basis in law. In fact, they're only doing it to stop us from investigating crimes.
The acts of corruption.
Crimes connected to corruption. From us carrying out our responsibilities. All of this that I'm reading to you, all they're saying is that people are suing us and they're suing us and we can't get to do our job. And they said the commission, look at what they say right here. The commission will continue to pursue its mandate fairly independently and without fear or favor. They must be careful how to draft these things because we believe that there's a certain amount of fear that's in them. Guided at all times by the law. That is not true. That they will continue to pursue their mandate fairly, guided by the law, the principles of justice, and the unwavering commitment to integrity, transparency, and accountability in public life. So, what they're telling you, let me move this. What they're telling you there is, hey, they're suing us. They're suing us and we can't do anything. We can't do anything. Well, here's what they didn't put in their people. They didn't tell you if there is a law, if there's an administrative provision, if there's a policy that prevents them from continuing to investigate even after a lawsuit is filed. They didn't tell you that. They didn't tell you that. You know what? Hold on a second then.
So here's Carl, ask a question. Are you against the IC?
Gone. So here's the thing now, right? Here's the thing. we're in session. We'll have no time for foolishness. No, here's the thing now, people, right? They're telling you their own words. They're telling you that the lawsuits are preventing them, but they didn't tell you that the reason why we can't proceed is because there's a law provision or something that's bothering us. Now, in addition to that, you see what they said right here. They said right here, the very last thing, the commission will continue to pursue its mandate fairly. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me go to, remember this one. You see, like, I want to remember, you remember 77A. I want you to remember 73 for the integrity committee. 77A is the standing orders. That says that you can bring a parliamentarian before a standing committee if you have 16 members who stand up in parliament and said, refer it. Well, now we're going to Section 7.3 of the Integrity Commission Act. You hear them say that they're doing this and they do things without fear or favor. Let me show you 7.3. 6. All right, look at 7.3. Look at look at 7.1. It says the commission may, in the performance of its functions, work in cooperation and not cooperation, as Minister Marks is one to say. The word is cooperation, not corporation. Work in cooperation with any person or body as it may deem appropriate. Look at 2. A person or body shall cooperate with the commission in the exercise of the functions. Look at 3, my people. 3 says the court. So now a court is involved. The court may, on an application made by the commission without notice, it's called ex parte, meaning that the commission could go to court without telling the person whom they're investigating. Go to court and have the court order any person or body to provide to the commission any information or document which the court deems necessary to assist the commission in carrying out its functions under this act. So now I ask you a question. Why did the commission refer the Prime Minister's investigation to FID? Why? Because remember what they said, he was not cooperating, and so we're turning it over to FID. And remember what they said, they're acting within the scope of the law and they're doing this. Why didn't they do 7.3? Why? Why? I'm asking that question. Why? And I can't get an answer. Why didn't they exercise 7.3 to say, look, the Prime Minister is not cooperating, so instead of going to FID, we are going to go to court alone and convince a judge that, judge, this is what we're doing, boom, 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 and have the judge issue an order compelling the Prime Minister to comply. Now, here's what would have happened. Prime Minister has 2 choices, comply or appeal.
Get charged.
Right? Now, remember, they're saying he didn't want to give us the information. That's what they're saying. That's why they're in court. So now you have to think it through. So the Prime Minister is not giving them the information. So now the Prime Minister's only option now is to appeal. Think about what it looks like now, people. The Prime Minister is appealing so that he doesn't have to give information that will help the commission verify his statutory declaration. He doesn't want to get required. It's supposed to help him.
Correct.
So the only conclusion you would come to at that point is he's hiding something. It's his statutory declaration, and they're not forcing him to talk about somebody else. They're saying, Mr. Prime Minister, we need you to help. And he doesn't want to help. And here it is, 7.3. And as for Mr. Carl Bruce, there are things there that they could have done, but we don't have time to show you right now because our guest is here, Mr. Marcus Bird. He's here with us. So the question you have to ask yourself, people, is why is it that they're afraid to do these things? Why? And I can show you many more things in this act. I can show you loophole after loophole after loophole. And you see this? Let me show you something. You see this? Where is it? Hansard. All right. You see this, people? See this? This is Hansard. This is the sum total of the conversation, official conversation, that Parliament had before they voted on the Integrity Commission Act. This is their discussion about whether or not they're going to pass it, right? And when you read this, and there it is, there's a date right here. There it is. And when you read this, you will understand very, very clearly that something is not right. with these politicians. Something is not right. Something is not right. It's a very poor piece of legislation. Now, let me say this. The idea of having a super agency to investigate corruption is noble. We should have it. But the guardrails that they've set up for this thing, the guardrails are there to protect them. Believe me. And if you don't believe me, people, go ahead and read the Hansard for yourself. And see the Hansard there, no. See the Hansard. And look who's that, the Prime Minister speaking, Mr. Warmington speaking, Mr. Palwell, Mr. Davis, let me see, who else is there? Prime Minister Thwaites, yep. Who else? There is one here.
Okay, I'm just getting the first notification. We need to bring on Marcus. Where
Warmington, I just want to
fire today.
file one thing. Hold on. Mr. Truck, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Samuda, they're all there speaking. Malahu Fort. We'll come back to this one day. We'll come back to this. But if you read this, right, there's a delay, Kevin, I think. Okay. If you read this and you read the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 and you read their annual reports and you read their investigations and you read the statements made on Anti-Corruption Day every December, you will understand. Don't take my word for it. Go and read these things for yourselves. Read them. When you can't read, don't take my, I'm just guiding you. I'm just telling you the things that you need to look at and read for yourselves. And believe me, my people, if you're truly honest, if you're truly an independent thinker, if you're truly a critical thinker, you will arrive at a conclusion that will allow you to discuss this issue with anyone. Nobody can tell you anything if you read all those documents. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move on now because we've been getting notifications and time is at a premium. All right, without further ado, we bring on Mr. Marcus Bird. He's been here before with us, a brother, a son of the soil. And so let's hear what Marcus has to say. Marcus, welcome.
Hi. What's up, man? How you doing?
No, we're just here teaching. We're not beating though, because corporal punishment is out of the question.
Well, some of the things you said a while ago sound like a little bit of beating still. Yeah, man.
Verbal beating, a verbal beating. Yes. So talk to us. How have you been?
I'm in multiple places, For some of your viewers, I think the last time I came on, it was because of the language learning.
Right.
Yeah, like there was this massive viral moment that happened last year when I was traveling, and people saw this Jamaican speaking 4 languages with a fellow polyglot. And what most people wouldn't know, though, is that even though that was one of the most powerful experiences of my life, going as a writer to the UAE from Jamaica, representing Jamaica as a literary ambassador, it took me almost a month to recover when I came back.
Wow.
Because I have some health issues that most people, actually 99.9% of people would know about. And that is why I'm here today. I had a great conversation with Mr. Rattigan the other day, kind of just outlining the story. And so I'm in the process right now of doing something amazing. And I'm just going to reach out to the diaspora to ask for a little help getting there. So that's why I'm here,
Right.
Yeah, man. So I know you guys have the video. So what I'm going to do, though, is just kind of give you a preamble. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Marcus Bird. I am also known as Birdimus, like Birdimus Prime, Optimus Prime, a brethren gave me that name. And many people know me as a writer, filmmaker, photographer, traveler, language learner, content creator, all kinds of things. But today I just come to you as a regular human being. One of the things that we as Jamaicans often do when we are in times of crisis is that we're told not enough of ourselves. We're told not to ask for help. We're told not to reach out. We just have to kind of hold it and go through. But sometimes you reach a point in life where things become so difficult that you have no choice but to evolve from a perspective. And in 2022, as I told Mr. Rattigan about 2 weeks ago when I spoke to him, in 2022, I was in a whirlwind of chaos in terms of physical ailments, spinal pain, this thing called peripheral neuropathy, which is nerve pain that runs through your body. Everything was happening. I was losing weight. All kinds of things were going on. And I decided to do a standard vitamin IV. And when I did this vitamin IV, I don't know what happened. Something went terribly wrong. Veins started showing up all over my body. I started getting extremely tired. And within 3 months of being relatively normal, I could barely walk. I could barely drive. When I had to take a blood test because of what was going on, the blood was coming out really slow and it was almost black. And the doctor said, this is not good. And I literally was staring in the face of death because at that time, 12, 13 hours a day, I had to lie down. I couldn't move. I couldn't walk very far. And I was very fortunate to have a brethren of mine who, like me, researched natural remedies and all these kind of things. And I was able to find a place in Jamaica with what's called hyperbaric therapy. You know that, Mr. Rattigan, where you're breathing pure oxygen.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it kind of stopped the process a bit. So again, to give you an example, if let's say I'm at 90% now, I went down to maybe 10%. Really weak, washing the dishes would win me, walking would win me. And, I just felt like this was it. And I said, I have to find an intervention that is greater than what I have presently. And that led me to researching all kinds of health treatments because I went to every expert in Jamaica. I went to the vein specialist, the heart specialist, internist. I went to everybody. I personally spent pretty much all my savings in the process too, years and years of savings. Because you know how the medical thing is. When you really get into it, it just eats up your funds. So everything went into trying to find an answer. No solutions could be found. And I ended up looking at what's called stem cell therapy. And many of you are probably hearing about stem cell therapy right now. And stem cell therapy, essentially, some call it the fountain of youth, some call it miracle healing. There are all these different names for it. But when I researched and found a company and looked at all the testimonials, I said to myself, I think I found my solution. But here's the thing. The main thing I want you to understand is that I didn't just look on a company and say, all right, I find this company, let me go try, raise up some money to go and do that treatment. What I did was I said to myself in the moment, I don't care how much it costs. This looks like my healing, and I'm deciding that it's going to happen. Because when I went to the website, the first person I saw was a UFC superstar. Second person I saw was an NFL superstar. Third person was an MMA fighter. So the people that get these treatments are celebrities, athletes, but also regular people. And I was intimidated because I said, boy, I don't know if I can even get in the door. But you know what I said? And you know how we Jamaicans think already. I said, yo, man, for enough of myself, because I cannot explain to you the level of darkness that happens when you have certain kind of health crises, as many of you who are watching right now know. And I had no option to go but up. And what I did was I said, I'm going to use my skill. I said, I must have something of value for them, right? Unfortunately, in my background, I'm a filmmaker. I studied at Howard University, so if any Bison's watching, big up yourself.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, Bison, yeah, man. And I said, you know what? I've built campaigns for brands like, back in the day, Red Stripe. I worked with Smirnoff, Pepsi Jamaica, and I'm an idea guy. And I said, I'm going to find something that this company needs. And I spent about 8 months researching the company. And I saw that there was something they needed in terms of communication with the testimonials and really grounding people on the information around the product and so on. So I braved up myself after 8 months, and I said, I'm going to reach out to them. I cold pitched the CEO through Instagram, right? I just make a video, and I reached out to him. His name is Eric Staffers. I said, Mr. Staffers, I'm Marcus Bird from Jamaica. Boom. It was a 2-minute pitch. He loved the idea. We talked first time December 2nd, 2024. And once we spoke, he said, you know, this sounds great. My proposal was that in exchange for treatment, I would produce a documentary. And I would produce a documentary about the healing process with the intention of helping hundreds or potentially thousands of other people who have mystery ailments like mine. And I said to them that the difference between me and a regular client is that I would be willing to tell all the things that people don't want to normally say. I'll talk about the struggle, but I'll also talk about the triumph. And because I am a traveler and a filmmaker, I am incredibly experienced in terms of creating and telling stories. And also, you know, I've been to Colombia before twice. So I said, you know what? It's a no-brainer. I've been there before. I know the lay of the land. We can make this happen. So that was a pitch I gave to them. And this was December 2nd, 2024. And then I actually ended up going to Colombia in 2025. Here's why. My brethren who care about me said, listen, man, let's just go there and try and see if we can link the people them. And I said, all right. Went to Colombia, don't know anybody from the company, right? Can I tell you, Mr. Rattigan, I ended up running into the CEO of the company on the street.
Yeah, you told me.
I ran.
Wow. Tell him the story.
Yeah, man. I ran into the CEO of the company. There's a Sunday event called Ciclovia where they shut down the streets and people go running. And I run into the CEO. I'd been trying to contact them, couldn't reach anybody. Run into the CEO. And then he said, oh, how long you been here? I said, 2.5 weeks. I was staying for a month. And he said to me, oh, I'm sorry about that, man. Listen, take my number. I'll give you a tour of the facility. So I want you to imagine, you know, the kind of things I went through is like all over body pain, rib pain, can't sit down. I tore something in my groin and I couldn't sit down for 9 months. When I tell you about levels of pain and anxiety. So when I was watching these videos for this company, the company is called BioAccelerator, #1 stem cell company in the world for what they do. I was watching these videos every single night till like 3 a.m., just envisioning one day walking through the facility. And I tell you that when the CEO took me on a personal tour, it blew my mind. I saw the power of the mind, power of God, everything. And I said, boy, I think it's leading somewhere. But this is early 2025. So I had a meeting after that shortly with the top brass of the company, the CEO, the financial controller, and the head of marketing for the company. Everybody loved it. But then somewhere around that time, everything got quiet. And for like 4 or 5 months, I was following up, couldn't get through to anybody. And I gave up. And then about 7 months passed. But earlier this year, in January 2026, I had a bit of a health scare. I woke up one morning and everything around me was spinning like I was having vertigo. And I got really concerned. Had to do a CT scan. And all of that stuff made me say to myself, you know what? I really have to rally back and try and link these people. And I did that. But this time, instead of pitching them an idea, you know, with like your slides and your high energy, I came to them as a human being. And I said, look, man, these are my problems. I showed them the pictures. I showed them all the struggles I went through. But I reminded them of my competency as a filmmaker. And I also reminded them of what I can do and what we can do together. And in February this year, the CEO messaged me back and said, Marcus, my team really likes you. And he said, if you can cover your costs to come to Colombia and stay there, we will cover your costs for treatment, right? So that was huge because that was my proposal. You treat me, I create this documentary, and we'll go, you know, we'll meet each other a certain way. But again, it kind of, this was in February, and recently I got the full green light on everything, you know, like in terms of what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it, and how I'm going to function. So one of the biggest challenges was obviously the fundraising, because I said to myself, boy, I don't know about this GoFundMe thing. I don't know about that kind of stuff. Like I said, Mr. Rattigan, you know, you think to yourself, boy, you know, can you really do these kind of things? But a friend of mine said a very important thing to me, which I'm going to share with everybody here today. A friend of mine who's a very successful businessman was talking to me before I started. And he said, Marcus, people pay for things generally in life that have value, and people pay for things where they know where it's going. They know where the value is going. And he said, don't listen to that voice inside yourself. That is your ego. You know, just do what you have to do. Put yourself out there. And those who will align with you will align with you. And that gave me a lot of calm in my heart because I was really panicking and stressing. And I started the process. So now that I got the full green light and everything, you know, I'm just trying to get over that side, get the treatment, do the documentary, and spread the word. You know, there are some very interesting plans to talk about regenerative health in Jamaica. We want to do a screening in Jamaica. We want to pretty much let a lot of people know that there are other options, not just in Jamaica, but throughout the diaspora and locally. And because I'm a Jamaican filmmaker, this means I'm immediately connected to, you know, a lot of the camps in Jamaica and a lot of the places in Jamaica. And the plan is to really spread the word and get it going. And I mean, I know when I sit down and talk to people, you know, they might say to themselves, "Oh, Marcos, you know, you look like you're all right and thing." But you see these things I'm wearing on my hands right here? I've had to be wearing these for years, because one of the things that happened when the IV went bad is that it created this monstrous pressure in my arms and legs, like monstrous, you know? And I would have to sit down every day with like my hands feeling like something is wrong. I don't know if ice cream ever spill on your leg, Mr. Rattigan. But when ice cream spills on your leg and it runs down, that sensation for at least a year and a half was what I was feeling in my legs every single day. And, you know, it's so frightening to be in a situation like that. But the fact that I now feel like I am 2 steps away from a solution, I just said, you know what? Put the ego under the pillow, put it out there, and start, you know, seeing if there's anybody who's willing to join me on this journey. And I started in February. I braved up myself and I contacted a few people in the beginning, but because I didn't have full confirmation, I stopped that process until I got the full green light, which was about 2.5 weeks ago. So thank you for listening to my story. That's why I'm here, you know?
Marcos,
Yes, sir.
quick question. What is your specific condition? You've given us the symptoms, but what is your specific condition, and how sure are you that this treatment you will receive will remedy the condition?
Well, one aspect of it is just internal damage, you know? There's certain kinds of internal damage that can happen to you, and it's very hard to diagnose. And when you are trying to fix something like that, if you can do something that generally can access the body and heal places that are hard to identify, that's one aspect of it. Something definitely happened after the IV, which was nearly impossible to pinpoint. But over time, what I realized is that I had done something called, I told you, the breathing, the oxygen therapy. That helped a little bit, which let me know that it had something to do with the IV, but I couldn't tell you 100% what. But what was going on with me throughout that whole time, the thing that happened in 2022, a few years ago, was the icing on the cake. I have spinal issues. I have a lot of joint issues. Like I can't exercise, I can't run, even though I'm a relatively young man. And what they treat is all of that stuff. They treat orthopedics, they treat your spine, they give you spinal injections. They have very notable people that have gone there, not just the MMA people. I think everybody should probably know the name Tony Hawk the skateboarder. He's like maybe 60 right now. He's probably 60. And he went there, got treated, and he's doing ramps and, you know, I'm doing some serious stuff. So what I would do with my treatment is I'm going to demonstrate the efficacy of what's going on, you know, to show that your neck can be repaired, your back can be repaired, and your general inflammation can be lowered, and that you can have a better quality of life.
Professor?
This is not your typical type of condition that people go through. As you were being diagnosed, did you get any kind of idea of the numbers per capita, percentage wise, of people that have similar conditions that they've been treating at this facility, or they have?
Yes, I mean, some of the testimonials I saw, like, for example, there's a gentleman that he had taken some antibiotics. And, you know, some people have really bad reactions to antibiotics. And he took some antibiotics, and then he was in a wheelchair. Like it affected him so badly internally. And they couldn't tell him exactly what happened, but it was antibiotics. But then after going to the bioaccelerator, he was able to get treated, and now he's walking and things are normal. So the thing about it is that, as I told you, I went to every expert in Jamaica relative to the different fields, but they couldn't tell me specifically this is going on or that's going on. But what I knew is that after doing the IV, there was some kind of bad reaction and internal damage that interfered with a lot of different aspects of my body. And when you're always in a lot of pain and stress like that, it can actually drive you a little bit crazy because the quality of life becomes low. So it's all about like getting that back. You understand, Professor? Yeah, man. I can't give you like I cannot give you the reason why I went to the highest level of treatment is because there are things that happen when you treat yourself with some of the best therapies on earth. Is that they're designed to help you heal things that generally you can't heal and generally you can't really pinpoint. So when you have exhausted like a lot of the regular medical stuff, you can go to that level there because as I said, the entry point for that is a little bit high in terms of cost for the average person at the moment, which is why I proposed to them and said, you know, if you guys treat me, I will use my skill set and give you something of equivalent or greater value.
Okay.
Now,
Go ahead.
on your journey, you also need funding, which you alluded to earlier. I see where you put together a GoFundMe, and I don't know if this was where you were heading, Provost.
Yes.
Perfect. So there's this GoFundMe that you have. You touched on it earlier. Just take us through this a little bit, please.
Yeah, man. So the GoFundMe, I'm just gonna break down very simply what the plan is and how I plan to work with the company. So again, the company's name is BioAccelerator. They are an American company, but their facility is based in Medellin, Colombia. And I've been to Medellin, Colombia, and as I said, I was able to visit the facility. So what I'm going to be doing is, as a filmmaker, I'm going to be showing 3 pillars of a story, which is called base, build, and beyond. Base is where I come. So base is where I am now. You know, you come to them and you have issues and you have, you know, maybe it's a spinal problem, osteoporosis, a knee problem. They treat neurological disorders. They treat, you know, multiple sclerosis, all these things, right? So for me, I would come in having all of these issues with my knees, my back, constant nerve pain, and also this weird pressure in my hands and legs from the internal damage, right? And I would highlight these things throughout the documentary as they're treating me. But the main thing I'm going to be doing also is that as a Jamaican, I said I'm going to bring a spirit to the documentary because I'm going to be more than just a client. You understand? I'm an advocate and an ambassador. So I'm going to show the journey of healing, and the GoFundMe now is to help me to get there. So the first step is obviously, you know, you're going to fly there and you want to stay there. Having stayed in Colombia before for a month, you know, my plan is to stay there for 2 months. The reason being, the way the treatment works is it's usually over 5 days. So you come and you have a 5-day protocol, you get treated, and then you leave. But the problem is that when you come in for 5 days and get treated, as a customer, you just go about your business. You may not follow up with that customer, you may not see them, you understand? But for me, I would stay in Colombia a little longer, and in that process, do my recovery in Colombia and tell the story while I'm in Colombia of healing and recovery, which also helps the company. So that is my side of it, to go there, stay there, and then produce that while recuperating in Colombia. And Colombia actually has a pretty high level of, well, a high standard of living relative to the economy. So the economies of scale are low, so it's actually cheaper than Jamaica in a way, so you can stay there longer with lower cost and get a lot of stuff done. And for me, having traveled all over the world for different reasons, I have a sense of, you know, creating stories and narratives around that. And I just wanted to do the best I can. So the GoFundMe is to help with that side of it because they have said yes. So they are going to cover the treatment. And let me explain. When I say the treatment, this means that I'm going to be dealing with like their neurosurgeons that do the spinal injections. They have multiple advanced physiotherapists. They do things like epigenetic profiles, which is testing your blood and seeing all the genetic markers so they can best treat you. Also, they do things like they have a cryogenic therapy. So that's a chamber, which is minus, I think, 180 degrees. And you go in there and they have these protocols. I don't want to overload anybody with weird information, but they have a very high level protocol that they take you through. And they cover all of that. They cover all the consults. They cover all the neuroscientists, the anesthesiologists, if you have to do spinal injections. They cover your osteo treatments, which is your knees and those injections, all the consultations. So you have a whole staff of people that will be treating me, and that is what they're taking care of. So my side of it is to come in, work with them, and tell like the most powerful story I can tell. And these are the costs associated with that, which is going there, staying there for a period of time, and then one or two miscellaneous things. You have to just plan for like potential things you need to do while you're over that side. If you need to hire anybody, those kind of things.
All right.
What's happening here in this picture? This is one of the treatments?
No. I haven't been to the facility yet. So this picture was taken in 2021. And I was having this horrible issue with like back pain and nerve pain. So I actually had to wear shoes in the house for like 8 weeks, because if I walk barefoot, I would be in so much pain, like nerve pain. It was driving me crazy. Like I would see white. And this is called a TACAR treatment. And it was a treatment I was doing in Jamaica where I think it's from Italy, and they attach these nodes to your body and they help to alleviate some of the issues. So when I talked to you earlier about spending a whole heap of money on different therapies, I wasn't lying, because I was in so much pain, I couldn't think. And for a while, I couldn't work either. So, when you're in these kind of situations, Professor Mr. Rattigan, the big thing about it that's really terrible is that you lose the ability to look forward to the future. And that's something that I didn't like, because as my symptoms kept progressing, veins showed up all over my body. They kept spreading over my body. I was very sensitive to heat. I was always fatigued. And I just said to myself, I don't know how much time I have. And everything in my system said to me, you know what? I have to try and find a way. I was like, I know that there are medical interventions that can potentially help me. And I said to myself, if I get my chance, I am going to tell the world, because that's what I do. I'm a storyteller. You understand? And it was my storytelling that I used to contact them. But I'm going to tell you one more fascinating thing. When I messaged the CEO in late 2024 on Instagram, he replied to me 2 days later. Do you know what he told me when I met up with him in Medellin, when I went to the facility? He looked at me and he said to me, Marcus, God must be on your side. And I said, what do you mean? He said, when you sent me that message, it went to spam on Instagram. I didn't even know Instagram had spam. So I'm saying, going there and spam with the Nigerian princes and the money and the lottery winnings, right? He said that something told him that day to check his spam. And that's when he saw my message. So, despite the length of the journey, it's taken 2 years to get here. I believe that, things lined up for a reason, and I just want to see it as logical progression, you know what I mean? So I feel very grateful to be able to present to you guys and talk about it. It is not easy to speak about these things generally, but I've been doing it so much now, it's almost like second nature, because there might be somebody listening in on the call who knows somebody like me, or who possibly is even going through something similar to me. Maybe they have a spine problem, a knee problem, or like nerve pain, or all those kind of things. You see, the thing about this is, the last thing I'll say is quality of life. I'm pretty sure most of you sitting down right now, you don't feel anything in your hands and your legs. Maybe you feel the texture of the clothes on your thighs, you know what I mean? But when I'm sitting down right now, I feel pressure in my fingers, pressure in my legs. It's not as bad as it used to be, where it was driving me crazy, but it's always there, and it goes up, it goes down. So I'm always aware of it. All the injuries are always there, and some weeks they all come back. Everything flares up, and I can't do anything. I can't go out, and So I just give thanks that they saw something in me to say, you know what, we're gonna work with this guy, because as I said, when you look at the people they've worked with, Tony Hawk, billionaires like Grant Cardone, also regular people, but lots of NFL stars. They're trusted by these people because it works. But I want to bring a piece of vibes in other places. Come in with the flag, my story, and see how many people I can help. That's become my goal. Even though I wanted to help myself, the more I saw these stories and I saw people in pain, I said, boy, if there's even one person out there that suffer like me, I wanted to let them know that they can be helped, and anything to make that happen.
Here's what we'll do. We have to bring you on, because your story is a fascinating story, and I believe that people can see the genuine nature of you.
Thank you.
your desire to not only help yourself but help others in this journey, because you're not the only person who I don't know if anybody else with this kind of condition, but I suppose that you're not the only person suffering from this condition. Maybe some people are suffering greater or lesser. We don't know, but this is a story for everyone to be mindful of. And we're asking people to support you, but we have to go run now. So I'm asking you if you're available on Wednesday, if you can come back on Wednesday, and then we can continue the discussion.
Yeah, man, definitely. Yeah, man, I can come back. And sorry, go ahead, Professor.
And to add to that,
Yeah, man.
if you're available on Monday from 10 to 11:30 p.m. America time, Eastern time.
So 9 to 10:30.
9 to 10:30 thereabouts, Jamaica time. I'd like to invite you to tell your story to another set of people.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Ready, man.
All right.
Got you. We'll talk later on.
And you can just,
Tomorrow.
if you're anybody
We'll
who
talk
wants to look it up, you can. I know you guys posted a link, but then if you go on GoFundMe and type in Marcus Bird or Marcus's Health Recovery, this will pop up.
All right.
Got you.
Marcus,
Thank you very much.
Big up yourself.
Big up yourself.
All right, my brethren.
That's it.
Be safe. All right. Cool. Folks, very engaging young man. And I mean, again, one hand washes the other, and they both wash the face. And whatever we can do, we're going to try and help Marcus. And Kevin has offered his platform, and I've volunteered OT's platform on Wednesday. So, people, listen. Back with us, or herbalists, plural.
Yes.
Mama Rose and Amuri. So we had them on Wednesday, and it was a fantastic show. And I think they have some special news they want to break. So we're bringing them back. Ladies and gentlemen, without further, students, family, without further ado, Mama Rose and Amuri Rose. Here we go.
Look who it is.
Good evening.
You know, on the one out on the soon, you know, when we see the smile and the happiness and the joy and the big smile, look on your daughter, man. Welcome. Talk to us. What's going on?
Nothing much. How you guys doing today?
I'm on top of the world.
Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, say.
Not much, Medea.
It's
been a while.
It's been a minute.
Yes.
Yes. How you doing?
Good.
I say the lips are glowed though. Oh, wait. It look like a Murray all over on the lips.
Right.
Murray?
Yeah.
I look kind of chapped, you know. Where you got that from me?
So talk to us. What's going on?
Nothing. So I just wanted to share some feedback from the last time I've been on the show. Not Wednesday, right? But I just want to come back and give a big shout out, to all the people who supported me from the show, right? After the show, I just didn't expect it. The phone calls, the email, the conversation. But most of all, it's the thank you. And thank you, Mama Rose, for answering the phone. It's so glad to have somebody pick up the phone. It's not normal in this time of day, it's voicemail, it's leave a message, somebody will call you back, or press 1 for more option, but you literally picked up the phone and you take the time out to speak to us. One of the things that get me the most also is when I answer the phone. Is this the daughter or the mother? Those are the questions. Those are the questions that I get. But let's dive into it. the phone calls that I get, Ratty, you know, same question, same problem, different people, different family. It was about nerve problem. It was about constipation. It was about diabetes. It was about low libido. It's like every single person have the same problem or the same situation going on, but different family. You know, some people pick up the phone and call, you know, just to ask question, knowing that somebody will listen and know that they're not in this alone. You know, so I just want to say that means a lot to us, knowing that people trust in us. And when we do our consultation, we offer, they come back, right? That's to show you how much they trust us, you know, to help them reach the milestone where they want to be,
Mhm.
right? After the show about a month ago, there was one thing that I never have on my list was a nerve cramp. And because of the phone calls, we went ahead and we created a nerve cream to help those people. It's a nerve kit, right? So that kit contains a topical cream and it contains a herbal supplement. And the feedback that we get from that was just amazing. I have a couple of customers tell me I have a miracle in a bottle,
Mm.
which I often tell people herbs are not miracle. You know, your body is capable of healing itself. But just to know that we was able to create that formulation to help people to maintain and control their pain and they're satisfied with it, that was a heartfelt,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know. So I just wanted to bring that out today to say thank you, everyone. And, you know, we appreciate your trust in us.
Did you hear the segment before you, prior to your coming on, the
I
one Marcus?
I caught the last part of it.
Okay, because he's suffering from some nerve, we believe some nerve damage as well.
Mhm.
So I was just wondering, well, since you didn't hear it, it would be unfair to ask you questions about his conditions, because his condition. But I tell you what, if you're tuning on Monday night, is it Monday, Kevin?
Yep.
Bring him on. Yeah, Kevin is gonna have
Yep.
him on. So maybe you should, maybe if it's not past somebody's bedtime, they can.
It's holiday. It's the holidays. Ain't nobody have
Oh, he's
bedtime.
going to be on your show, Kevin?
Yes, I'm gonna
Oh,
bring one
most
on Monday.
definitely. Of course. Yes.
All right. Let me just throw something out. Nerve damage. Nervine. You know that product, right?
I know. I
No,
don't know if Nervine.
product sold over the counter by the CVS. It's called Nervine, and I know people who have used it and they've had some success using this product. Again, because you don't know it, it wouldn't make sense to even have you discuss it. But what was the thought behind the development of this nerve product?
So the problem as they describe it to me.
And you don't have to tell us the formula, but how did you arrive at the formula? Was it something that you had studied, something that you had learned from your grandmother, something that, you just said, let me try this and see if it's going to work?
So what I did was I listened. Number one, I let them express the type of pain that they were feeling. It was tingling, it was numbness, the pain shoot from the leg up to the buttocks, right? So I listened to what they're saying, and then I went back and I do my research, right? What would my great grandmother use, or what did our ancestors use, you know, to help with that discomfort, right? Because nerve pain can be lack of mineral deficiency. It can be a nerve irritation. It can be inflammation. It can be flat foot, right? Your flat feet, and it can also cause by, you know, deep arch in your feet. So I went back and I studied all of those, and I studied ancient herbs and what herbs would they use to help, you know, to help that discomfort, right? After researching a couple of the herbs that I discovered that our forefathers and ancestors used was herbs like comfrey, herbs like St. John's wort, cayenne pepper, Guinean weed, just to name a few herbs that I use in the formulation to help with it, right? But it was not only topically. I create a herb for internally also. And I pair that with my ultimate cellular support for circulation, right? Which my ultimate cellular support have black seed, cayenne pepper, black pepper, Guinean weed, just to name a few herbs. And with that combination of the supplement, the ultimate cellular, which is the liquid, and the topical, they was able to get relief. I have customers say, it's the first time they slept so good in so many in months. So the feedback from it was amazing, and it let me know that that form of combination do work for people who have sciatica nerve, right? Tingling in their feet, numbness, shooting pain, and those was the different pain that people brought to my attention that they were feeling.
Hmm.
So how long did it take you to get a working product?
So when it takes me about 2 weeks because it was it was critical, listening to those people talking to me on the phone, expressing their feelings and how much pain they're in. So when I create the formula, my husband, Joan, and Tony was my guinea pig, right? So when I create the formula, I wanted to test it on my husband because at that time he was having, a little back pain, standing so long. We creating the formula because we don't mass produce. Everything is created in small batches, and
Right.
I know Joan have to stand on her feet, all day. So I was like, all right, these are my few people that I'm gonna run the test on, to see how it feel and the reaction they get from it. And after I got the feedback from all three, I do a small batch. And I wait until I get the feedback from a couple of individuals to see how they feel from it. And once I start getting the review of how it makes them feel and how it helps them, then I fully put it out to the market.
Okay, because you answered my other question after that, because you don't have joint nerve pain as far as I know.
No,
Amori doesn't have it as far as I know. So that left me with Father Rose, because you said you generally try your products with yourself first.
yes,
So that answers that question.
yes.
Thank you for the foresight.
You're welcome.
Now, when they tried it, was the result immediate or fast acting over a couple of days?
For some people, so each individuals are different, right? Some people said it was 1 day, some people said 3 days, right? But no one said it passed a week, right? So right
Gotcha.
there, let me know that was one powerful formulation that I created right there.
Perfect. Thank you. Provost?
What's next? Because the reason why I ask is because you have this remarkable ability to listen to people and to treat their ailment. And so the sky's the limit, because it's not, like some people, they said, okay, we're just going to do a certain line and then they stop.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as if the sky's the limit for you. There is no stopping. As long as there are ailments out there, it's like you see it as your mission to come up with something herbally to deal with it. When are you going to stop, or what's next for you?
I can't stop, Ratty. It's so often that I hear people say, I call somebody and I get them once on the phone and I get the product and I never hear from them again.
Okay.
Or I have questions, about what I need to get and there's no one to answer the phone. Or if someone do answer the phone, they don't listen, they just push their products on me. Don't get me wrong, Ratty. You need money to run a business. But I believe that over time, the money will come. But when you listen to someone and you build a trust is not something that you gain over time, right? Trust is not something that you just go out and buy. Trust is something that you earn. And when you earn somebody's trust, you're set because that person can say, I remembered when I was in my darkest corner or my deepest moment, and I pick up the phone and I call Mama Rose, and Mama Rose was able to answer the phone, answer my question, never let me feel rushed. So
Mm-hmm.
my job is to teach and educate. After teach and educate, I believe everything will fall into where it needs to be, right? You have to remember this. The Most High control every aspect of your life. When He said it's your time, is your time,
Mm-hmm.
right? So who am I with all this knowledge that He gave me? I can't take the time out to sit down and listen to someone who is going through a situation, and I can't sit down and say, yes, this is what I can provide for you to help you through the situation.
So there's
Listen to us.
so you know that song "Ain't No Stopping Us Now." I mean, yeah, unstoppable, unstoppable, unstoppable. I'm already
And
talk to us. You're sitting there, and I know you came out of your shell a few nights ago. You came out and you actually spoke, and people loved it. You have a very lovely, lovely smile. People just love the way you look. People love the way you sound. You should get involved. We're trying to take you out of your shell. I'll take you out of that comfort.
thank you.
Talk to us. A lot of these people, they weren't on this past Wednesday, so they don't know that your involvement, except for those who saw you previously. But for those who are seeing you for the very first time, what's your message to them? Talk to them about who you are in just a few words.
Uh, I I grew up in the business since I was about 5 years old, and I've been helping my mom make products, go to markets, and help her promote the business. And one day, I asked her I want to make my own lip gloss because when we were in a mall together one time when I was 5 years old, I asked her, "Can I buy this lipstick?" But she said no because it was colored.
Mm.
So one day she was working. Then I went downstairs and told her I wanted to make my own lip gloss. And she said, "Sure, what's my idea?" So I told her that I wanted to make a lip gloss that kids and adults could use that has no color. And since there was no color in it, I decided to add flowers.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 5 lip glosses and 2 specific ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One is rose and one is forget me not. And I made the forget me not one because I loved forget me not flowers. And I made the rose one because my mom's name is Rose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, let me ask you this. The formula, because you came up with the idea. You said, look, Mom, I'd like to make lip gloss, right? Now, the formula, the actual manufacture of it, and the formula, how did that come about? Was it something that I know you said that when you grow up, you want to be a biologist. Am I correct? Is it biologist?
No.
What was it?
What's
What do
wrong
you
with
think?
the business?
Like, I want
Science. You told him science,
a science.
but
Okay.
that's part of biology.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought you said biology on Wednesday, something to that effect. But
Science.
anyway, you use some formula. How did you arrive at the formula? Was it something you read someplace, or Did you research, or did mom help you, or you just said, you know what, I'm gonna, go out and talk to people and see how to make this product?
Well, I search a lot of things up on YouTube and Google and other websites, and I also asked my mom to help me pick which ingredients I want to put in it.
I see somebody. You have a customer. Well, I hate the term customer. It sounds so transactional. Like you just come and you go. You know what I mean? You just yeah. I hate the term customer. I'm trying to come up with another word.
Clients.
Clients. Yeah, clients. Thank you. See, another thing, or OT, another thing. But see, it's one of your clients, and I'm sure you have many, said, here it is right here. Don't put it up. I'm loving the lip gloss. This Elaine says her lips are in great shape. And they're subtle, right? So, how do you feel when you see that people people actually enjoy using your product?
I feel very happy and proud that I can make something that everybody loves.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you about it, because you said you wanted to get into the business.
Yes.
All right. Now, you made a product and you're exchanging that product for money. Tell us about the financial side of the business now. Where are you saving the money? Are you investing the money? Are you spending the money? What you doing with the money in general? You don't have to get specific. But did you buy a car yet?
They don't own a house.
Not even on a house or a helicopter. I don't know. Talk to us about that.
Well, I'm not really on the financial part of the business yet, but I like saving my money and, well, saving it in hopes that I could probably use it for another time and buy more products to make more of my product, and buy ingredients to make more of my product. Yeah, and well, yeah. I don't really know the financial part of the business yet.
Well, you will pretty soon, I'm telling you. And you're off to a good start because you're saving your money.
Yeah.
Right. And Daddy Rose is there. Daddy Rose is there.
Yeah, Daddy Rose there. We hear about Mama Rose. But Daddy Rose there. Because don't tell me so Daddy Rose is thorn. Because them say Rose.
Daddy Rose like to be behind the scene.
Daddy Rose is probably in front of the scene, because I don't think he's behind you. I think he's behind the camera. Right? Big up Daddy Rose.
Yes.
Good, Kevin.
Someone made a comment. Well, they posted a question. So you had 3 people to test on, and you're ready for mass production, marketing, you're ready for the market. I think you missed a part about sending it out to some people and wait for their feedback. That was at that point. She mentioned 3 people, 3 people that we're familiar with. But it wasn't just 3 people that had gotten the product, because there are people that were asking about such a product. And
I sincerely apologize, Kevin. I will do better, and I will fix that.
No. And because you mentioned it, you mentioned that you sent it out. And so for the person that had made the comment, and I kind of lost it now, I'm just addressing that because I heard you say it, that you did send it out to some people and you waited for their responses.
Yes.
It wasn't just the 3 people that you mentioned.
No.
There it is. So Freedom Project asked, so your test size for 3 people and you're ready, and it's ready to market.
No.
It wasn't just 3 people though.
It wasn't just 3 people. I stated I tested with 3 people, and then I sent it out, and I waited for the review of it.
Right.
So let me make that clear. I send it out to other people and I waited for them to use it, give me their feedback, and once I got that feedback, I know it was ready for the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Have you been approached by, the corporate types yet about, I know you
Yes,
said
sir.
you're not selling the business, but have you been approached by people to say, hey, look, we'd like to invest with you or we'd like to purchase your company?
Invest.
Mhm.
I met with people approach me, people that works in the chiropractor doctor's office, other people who wanted to partner, but I'm not ready for that yet. This is our baby. We love what we're doing. We love that we don't mass produce. It's a small family owned and operated business. Everything is done handmade, and we're just not ready to do that yet, or if we will ever be ready to do that.
Talk to us about expansion. Whatever you're doing now, do you have plans to say, look, we're going to rent a huge warehouse and we're going to, yeah. Do you have those plans or do you want to just stay where you are right now? Because remember, you were talking about some of the things, some of the products, and you were saying that once you're out, sometimes it takes a while because you have to get the raw material and then it takes a while to process. And so if somebody wanted and you mentioned one product, you said if they wanted that, then they're going to have to wait like 8 weeks or whatever the time period was in order for it to come to market. So do you have any plans to expand and shall we say, I don't want to say modernize, but to a faster way of producing the products? I don't want to say mass produce either because that's not you, but you know what I'm getting at, where you can get more of the products out and that they're readily available and in larger quantity.
So, of course, definitely, as we get bigger, we will look into a warehouse where we will do the supplies. It will still be a family owned operated business. And as we expand, that's where my son, because we do have a son too.
Wait,
You know,
you keep
so
surprising me.
so that's where our son will also get deeply involved. Some products, it doesn't matter what you do, you can't rush it, but we will have more hands to make sure that we have more sitting on the shelf extracting, right? So there's no way around when we're doing an extraction for a tincture. It's 8 weeks and that's just it. There's no shortcut around that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you have to make more bottles so it's ready on hand for when a customer need it or a client need it, it will be ready to ship, right? As far as expanding out, we haven't got there yet. When we reach that road, we will cross that road. But as the business grow and grow and grow, definitely we will look into a warehouse.
All right. Well, any parting words?
Yes, sir.
Please.
There's one thing also I wanted to talk about, and I came on the show Wednesday night because a lot of the clients was reaching out to me and said, "What happened? We haven't seen you on the show in a while. Are you coming back on the show?" I disappeared for a little bit because I've been writing.
Wow.
I've been writing, yes.
Hey.
And just let's say we are working on a couple of books. And if you enjoy, what you're hearing now, then most definitely, preserve yourself for what's coming.
Wow.
So that's what we've been working on behind the scene.
And it's going to be about herbs, I take it.
Not just herbs, no.
Lifestyle,
how our ancestors design, our ancestors want us to take care of the body. It's about education.
Mm.
Ratty, when you go around, you see every book is about herb, 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 but there is no education for people to go off of. There is no teaching, there is no guidance, there is nothing, right? So that's something that we are working on, teaching, educating, guidance, as they go along in their day-to-day life, how to study the body when something goes wrong, what can you use, and, stuff like that.
Right, right. Oh,
Yes.
Joan, producer Joan, our producer OT, can you put up the details for Mama Rose, please? Somebody's asking where are you located, and I think a couple other people asking for your phone number and all that. Oh, here it is.
There it is. Again.
Yeah. Folks, there it is. Please screenshot, take up, do whatever you want to do, but please, you have to contact Mama Rose, right? And we don't have, I wish, you know what? OT, I know you have the product line. Can we just get a quick look at it? I know that our next guest is here, but I would be remiss if I didn't show the product line, please. And people want to know, say, this is the real deal, and I don't know, like, one nerve cream or one headache tablet.
I still have the box of my product that I got. I can show it. No, the green screen.
Because what happened is that I'm sitting on gold. That's what I've been told, but I haven't taken it. I haven't done anything with it, and so I'm anxious to try it. Where is?
You get product and don't use it from our Rose? No, man, you're missing out.
Yeah, can you? Yeah, scroll, please. People, this is the website, right? And you see it right below there, www.amurarose.com. And see, keep going. No, go back. Let me just show the people. Yeah, go down. Yeah, no, the other way. Yeah. All right, look, keep going. All right, stop. Yeah, see the product categories, please. Oh, see that? No, you're going too fast. All right, see that? Bath and body care, herbal blends, herbal extract, herbal kit, herbal tea blends, natural oils, natural soap, perfume, and plant-based lip gloss. Now, let's show some of the products, please. Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Burdock, calendula, the people, cat's claw. I've been told that this one here, the cell division support kit, that when you need that one there, that is the one you need to start out for just general overall health, to rid your system, flush your system, do all kinds of things to make you feel like a brand new person. And I know that Mama Rose don't want me to say that, because she said, look, it's not a miracle. It's something that taken over time, you will get the benefits. It's not something, it's not snake oil for sure.
Yeah.
So not a miracle thing that you take it today. Some people come on TV and said, some of the preachers, them selling miracle spring water, and they say you drink this water and then all of a sudden all your problems gone tomorrow, health and otherwise. It's not that. You have to take it over a period of time. Charcoal, lavender, and mango butter. I thought that was something that could be eaten until Mama Rose told me, no, you can't eat that. You have to deal with it. And we have the female reproductive thing, elderberry. Keep going, OT. Harmony flow extract, hawthorn berry extract. See there? And more. Herbal bit. Hey, that's one after I take. Mama Rose, no, even try this thing because people, me have a sleeping issue. So herbal clarity blend, herbal colon. Keep going. Herbal immune, herbal. And people, look, here's what happened. So many products, so little time to show you the complete line. So here's what we're gonna ask you to do. I'm gonna put it up back. I want you to go. You can move that now, OT, please. We want you to go right there. The website is www.amurarose.com. That's the website. The email, info@amurarose. gofundme.com. And there's a, see, Kevin advertised the product too. And there is a telephone number, 754-800-8143. Please reach out to Mama Rose. Try the product. And then you can come back and let us know about your testimonial. So Kevin have the whole. Kevin, like, for men?
We talk to the man them. Men.
That's for men?
Men. I'm talking to the men.
Oh, you're talking to the men. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm talking to the men. Me, Kevin Stew, 2019, had the scare of my life. I had prostatitis. Came back this past December. Men. Mama Rose. Men. Did I say men? Men. Linkar.
All right. Folks, I have to run now. But Mama Rose, big up yourself. Amuri Rose, big up yourself.
Yeah.
Daddy Rose, big up yourself. Son Rose, soon to join the company, big up yourself. We look forward to seeing you soon. And don't forget, Monday night, you'll be on Kevin's program. And then on Wednesday night, you'll rejoin us. And we'll do what we have to do. All right? We need to
Thank
bring
you for having me. Okay.
time. You're welcome. Consider this your home. You don't need no key or nothing. You just walk right in. All right?
Thank you. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you all.
All right. Listen. All right. Yes, my people. All right. Our next guest, boy, today we're full of guests, you know, but you know, you see this next guest, you know, I don't know, guess this, you know, Kevin. Better yet, guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, this is my sister. And we just say from another mother, but listen, we know her mother like my mother, and she knew my mother. Actually, we have to talk English now. We have to speak English, right? And she's a very good communicator, by the way. But I knew her mom very, very well. She knew my mom very, very well. I've known this lady almost all of my adult life. We met back in the and here we are, still going at it. She's a producer extraordinaire, a performer extraordinaire, a broadcast Enough said. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my sister, Karen Gordon.
Listen, I love that introduction. Can you hear me good? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Let me tell you how this is, right? You know, we are Jamaicans and we are innovative. So your producer will tell you that I was on the whole Harbour Road heading to location when she called me and I said, I'll be there, we'll be there. We're here. Set just got set up for me thanks to the family of Totally Delicious. Ivor, Talisha, and the crew. Throw up my backdrop. You say, well, look, 1, 2, 3, ready for the big interview. Because I tell them I have a big interview this afternoon. You understand? I can't flop off, look good. So, see me there? Don't me look good now? Hold on. Wait, Ratty, you can't see the shirt coming too short. Look on the shirt, Ratty.
Hey, look at that.
Wanna see it? Totally Delicious, you know, under the stars. It's just becoming too short. That's what
Chad, listen. There are lots of people here who they haven't seen you, they haven't heard from you. I don't know why, because you're all over the place. But could you please just tell, just condense it if you can. Just tell people who is Sharon Gordon and what is Sharon Gordon in Jamaica. You must tell them that.
Oh gosh, Ratty. Well, first of all, did I tell you thanks to both of you for having me on? But gosh, Ratty, you know, I can't call you that, right? What am I supposed to call you on here? What is your name on here?
Tell me you know me. Tell me by the name you know me.
All right, Ratty.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So listen.
What on? What on?
Junior is the name. Junior is the name I'm doing by. Okay, just
it's not unusual around here, Sharon.
It's not unusual.
No, man. People come around here and said, hey, Junior, what? Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know. Because listen, a man of letters, you know, so we want to make sure we recognize the letters, you understand? Me love the fact. I always used to tell people back in the day when I was getting ready to go to Baruch, and my brother Junior was already at John Jay showing us the way to go. Remember that right here? I mean, Junior, that is how we ended up at Baruch. He was at John Jay, and we felt so good getting into the CUNA system, and you know, he was the one that was going ahead, so that we who were coming behind him had a pathway and a way to go, and he continues to do that work. No, whatever you see him doing here, this is how he has been his entire life. He's always showing us, you know, Michael Jackson have that song, Let Me Show You the Way to Go. That is Junior. Junior has been that way our entire lives. He's the one to go, test it out, make sure it's okay, and then come back and get us. If it's not okay, tell us stay away from it. But anyway, I know this interview is supposed to be about me, but I have to say that because that's who you have been for all of us and continue to be. When I look at your programming and reasoning with Rattigan come up and I see what your highlights are for the program, I always smile at how topical your issues are, and that's who you are. Okay, back to me now. Back to me.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I was trying to wiggle out of it, right? I am Sharon Gordon. I'm a multi-talented person. God has blessed me with many talents in my life, and I've been able to make a living and also live a living life because of my talents. And they include my being a mistress of ceremonies, a hostess with the mostest. I'm a producer, I'm a film producer, event coordinator, planner. I'm an author of a best-selling book, Sherry Baby, it's on Amazon. You can also get it in any stores that you go to. Just ask them to order it for you because we are in the Ingram Sparks system. There's an audio book that I narrated that was up, the first Jamaican book of its kind, written in Jamaican language, that was up for Grammy consideration last year, the first time ever. So in addition to that, I'm an actress, I'm a storyteller, an award-winning storyteller. I won the What's Your Story Jamaica Storytelling Contest just in 2025 with a story called All That Glitters. And I have a few films that are out there: Dope Fiend, Dope King, Respect the Jokes, Brooklyn Babylon, and I know Sweet Home, and I know I'm missing out some things, but hey, forgive me. And what else? I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I have a son, Omar, I'm a grandmother of two beautiful granddaughters, Nori and Ari, and I am friend to Junior, sister to Junior, and today you're meeting me as the producer and host and brand ambassador for Totally Delicious Presents, which is first time launching of a series called Under the Stars, Jokes and Jammings, and it's happening for Jamaica's independence. I am on the ground in Jamaica. I'm on location at Totally Delicious out there by Grove Farm Road, 44 Grove Farm Road, right there in Old Harbour. If you know anybody in Old Harbour, call them, tell them we have a beautiful ice cream park that we have opened up. And it is in the opening up of the ice cream park, the launching, that this weekend came to be. And it's a Independence weekend of celebration. So on August 6th, I will be as Miss Lou. I channel Miss Lou. She's my mentor. That's another thing I do. I channel Miss Lou. I do storytelling, folk songs, and all of that with the children. And on August 6th, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be having a ribbon cutting and a lot of prizes and surprises and ice cream and stuff, because what we have here is an authentic Jamaican-made manufactured ice cream that is just, it is just taken off because it's so, I heard you speaking before about the whole health thing. We have to eat real foods nowadays, and these ice creams made by Mr. Lawrence are all natural, made with local ingredients. You don't have more than about 4 or 5 ingredients in any flavor. We have a variety of flavors. Best sellers are, of course, the grape nut and the rum raisin classics, but the cookies and creams and the cherry and all of that, the Blue Lagoon, the Baileys, all of those are just best sellers too. But what he has opened up here is an ice cream park for the community to come to, and it's free and open. So people come to the ice cream park and then they just buy ice cream, and he's provided this space. And within the space is this beautiful entertainment space that he has created. And this event that we're doing the weekend of the 6th and the 7th is to launch that. And so on the 6th, we have the ribbon cutting with the children and family coming out for free and seeing me as Miss Lou, and others will be here, bouncy houses, all that. Then on the 7th, we have the big night, which you see here, and it's called Under the Stars, Jokes and Jammings. And you want to know who we have on that lineup to launch this? Are you ready for this? You have never seen a lineup. This is a solid lineup for independence. We have major hype coming in. Christopher Martin, Eric Donaldson, Fancy Cat. Eric and Fancy Cat are from Old Harbor, in case you don't know. Christopher Martin is from up in that Spanish town, up in Kitson Town, on top of that area. I think I'm missing the name of the place, but up that area, y'all know. So everybody out here claim him. And then we have Kathy Tandere, who you see her in those skits with IT and Fancy Cat, doing the whole that Tandere. And then Len Hammond is going to be performing as well. What a sweet lineup. We know. Thank you. It was a curated. So, you want to know the time, right? Gates open at 7, showtime is 8. We go till midnight, under the stars. Come and enjoy independence. And that's why I'm here in Jamaica, getting all excited, and I'm happy to be on Reasoning with Ratty to share that with you. And go to totallydeliciousjamaica.com. Totallydeliciousjamaica.com. All our ticket information, all the information is there. Totallydeliciousjamaica.com. And the name says it all. I just got it all in there real quick. Yo, that's what you call rapid fire, because this is a rapid fire show. And I know I can't come on here and just sit back and be hanging out. You know, we know you have a bunch of guests lined up, and I wanted to get in here and just punch it out real quickly. Did I miss out anything?
No, you know what I'd like you to do? The owner, right?
Yes.
I'd talk to people about your relationship with him, our relationship with him, because
our relationship with him, 40 odd years.
All the way to
40 odd years we've been, you know something, Julia, you said it earlier, you know, and it's what we're about. People see us out here in this world, and we've all grown up and gone on. We're all over the world. But one thing about us, when we get together, we support each other. And we have all been coming from, we were youngsters, right? In Brooklyn, 40 odd years ago. And when Robbie opened, when Mr. Lawrence opened Food Bowl, that just kind of shifted everything in our community. Remember that, Julia?
Well,
I mean,
remember,
the place was set up. You remember, Julia?
Yeah, but remember, there was the video shop across the street.
Let's talk about the video shop across the street first. Let's start there. The video shop. Can we just heal up my God. I don't want to start calling names. I mean, Kevin, if I start calling names, I'm going to leave out somebody.
No.
Kevin.
John, hold on. Where you call him? When Mr. Robinson said that, where you call him?
No, Mr. Lawrence.
Lawrence? I know Lawrence. I know him as Robin Noble.
If Robbie hear this, no, it's Mr. Lawrence. So every time I'm knowing me, I say, Mr. Lawrence. It's Mr. Lawrence. Because it's like you being Ratty and Junior to us. You know, but there are others who know you as, you know, Attorney Rattigan or, you know, Mr. Wilfred or, you know what I mean, Wilfred or what have you. So we know how that is. Not with me. People see me as Miss G or Miss Gordon, but we know each other in such a way that that's what makes it. It's a love that we all have with each other that we share. We've come from so far. Like you said, the video store across the street. And the video store at the time, for those of you who don't understand what videos were, that's how we watched our movies back in the days, and we thought we were him. When you go rent your video, right? You get your tool video for a Saturday evening. You're right? Yeah.
Remember, it was a much needed service because we didn't have Blockbuster in our neighborhood.
We didn't have it, and that's what Robbie saw that need, and he has always been that visionary. He saw the need, he saw the void, and he filled it. And that's exactly the kind of visionary that he has been and continues to be. The void was also seen for a quality Jamaican restaurant at the time. And we're talking very early 90s, Junior. We're talking late 80s, early 90s. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it has to be very late 80s, early 90s. No, late 80s. Oh my gosh, we're aging ourselves right here now. Ooh, it has to be late 80s, Junior. It has to be. Wow. I just had a moment. Yes.
Yeah.
And we needed that service. And then we needed a good restaurant to sit down and somewhere we could go and sit down and eat. Remember that? Football came. And when football came, it changed the game because the furniture, the interior of the restaurant, well, from the outside, you wanted to go inside. When you saw the way the outside was set up with the glass, remember the way it was doing the glass and the whole thing. And then when you walked in, the paneling, the wood, it was like a pine type finish, right, Junior? It was just an amazing space to be. You felt proud. And again, there he was being a visionary at the time. Today, let's fast forward all these years, and you see all the tasty, delicious. We have to shout out to Mark and to Robbie. You see all the tasty, delicious restaurants and bakery throughout Brooklyn, Queens. That's the line. That's it. That's Totally Delicious. And here in Jamaica, everybody know the Totally Delicious treats, baked goods. The rock bun is something that people crave. It's a serious thing. You get addicted to that rock bun. I know for sure a lot of people are, right? People bring the rock bun back to the States. Think about that, right? So with him doing the ice cream park and launching his ice cream line, again, being in front of just being that visionary, being in front of it all, and coming to Old Harbor. He's been here for 20 years set up doing this, but bringing this vision to Old Harbor, I think really shows the commitment that he has to the community, because not only is his business here, the bakery is headquarters here, the manufacturing plant is here, but he has created a space for the community to come. Families come in for free. All you have to do is go buy ice cream, and ice cream unites people. It's intergenerational, and it's him. These are Robbie's flavors. This is him. This is his hands. He's long wanted to be making ice cream, quality, healthy, creamy ice cream for his community, and he's now doing it. Now that's holding a vision. He's been holding this vision since 1987. He says, and here we are in 2026. So think about that, and to do it in a way and at a time when it is so needed is what makes it such a joy for me to be a part of this, Junior, to be a part of this launch, to be a part of this branding, because Robbie and Mom, Robbie has always been that visionary, has always been the one to set that standard for so many others to follow. And like the name says, it's totally delicious. So the entire brand is just totally delicious ice cream, totally delicious baked goods, totally delicious restaurant, right? And now we have Totally Delicious Presents and the state-of-the-art event space that is here at 44 Lot 44 Grove Farm in Old Harbor. Please tell a friend to tell a friend and come by. You will not believe what is behind the walls. And when you drive in, you're going to be like, wow, this is here? Yes, this is here. Right here in Old Harbor, right in the St. Catherine. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. You're going to be the hostess with the mostest for the event.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. This is going to be very, very special for you because you've been the hostess for many, many, many concerts and balls and this and that. People, if you come from New York, if you come from if you come from anywhere along the East Coast and you say no, Sharon, then something wrong, right? So,
you're not from the East Coast.
so how do you? Is the preparation any different for this event? Is it? Do you find it to be extra special that you say, well, I have to put something extra in it, or you just act as you normally act?
I tell you this, it's interesting you should ask, because guess what I'm down here doing as well, Junior, because you know me, I wear so many hats. And so we're in the streets. That's why I had to hustle to get here, because we're going around as town criers, we're doing flyering, we're postering. You know what we do. We're in the streets. Because that's what you know me, I'm a people person. I like to be out there with the people. And yes, it's one thing we could have a street team, but I want to be out there with the people, because that's how I'm preparing for this show. By being out there with the people, and I'm getting that sense and that energy. You know me, Julia. You know that by August 7th, I am going to be mimicking all that I have picked up these last couple of weeks. I've been here 2 weeks now, and I'll be here for another 2. And that's been my prepping, being in the streets with the people, hearing the things they're saying. Like, this is how I'm finding out, I'm learning, I'm discovering, rediscovering the island, but I'm learning the areas and the neighborhoods and how people feel. I was down at Old Harbor Bay just this week, and just the language that's being used and people, my boy, that Christopher Martin, no, you mean? How you mean? Gossip. I'm learning and I'm getting it and I'm taking it. They don't know I'm like a sponge, just sucking it in. And then I'm meeting people who know Mark or went to school with Mark. Yo, no, Mark, what I like school was saying, you mean, my girl, you don't play it up. And I'm like, yes. I'm getting all of it. I am getting it all. So come, and I am wanting to make it even more special, to really bring all that Miss Lou has taught me, because again, Miss Lou was my mentor, and so I sat at her feet. So Junior, I think it's all of that. My it's a full circle moment for me. It's me on Ring Ding now grown up. It's because what I'm going to be doing on the 6th is Ring Ding redo in honor of Miss Lou with the children, right? So all of that, I think when I get on stage on the night of the 7th, I think I'm going to be stepping in with all the ancestors, stepping in with all of the community and all the energy, and I will give to them what they have given me. And I think they're going to give it right back to me as well, because I am in there, I am with them, I am feeling the build up, the energy of it, and I'm going to bring that to the stage with me, in addition to just me being who I've always been as a hostess. So it's like, to me, this is like really one of the most special assignments I've ever had is this assignment here. Wearing so many hats, which are my hats these are my wheelhouses, as they would say nowadays. But to do it, and to be doing it in Jamaica, and to be doing it with a humility and a love, because that's why I'm in the streets. I'm not here being passionate and poo-poo. I'm in the streets, Junior, and I love people. So I'm out here talking to people. Like right now, I had to cut it to come be with you because I'm right in the streets. I'm giving out flyers, I'm chatting to people, I'm talking them up, and it's preparing me because as an actress and as a performer, you have to prep for your role. So this is how I am preparing, and I pray to the Most High, and I ask all my ancestors to come with me as I step on stage on the night of August 7th, that I can shine as bright as I am, and at the same time give the love that I've received and receive it and return it back. Right? So yeah.
All right.
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, 2 quick questions. How many people do you expect to attend? How many people do you anticipate coming to the event?
Junior, I want the place cock. I not talking a patwa now. We have a lot of non-patwa people on the planet. I was just telling Junior I would like the place to be fully packed. I don't like to put a number on things so let me say, I want to get 10,000 and more people up in here. But I can't say those things publicly because police will come look for me, because what I'm going to say, right, no, the permit and the should I have said that? Can we edit this out? This is live. Anyway, we want a lot of people in the building. We want a lot of people in the space, rather. It's in the open space. We want to fill it up. We really want to fill it up. We want as many people as the space can hold, and then some. And it's a huge space. So as many as can come in, yes, I want them in here. What was the other question?
Yeah, the other question is, you've been there 2 weeks and you plan to stay for another 2 weeks. Any other events except?
Yes.
Okay.
No, my whole focus is funny you should ask. 2 attempts were made to get me to do something while I'm here. People said, just like you, like, oh no, Sharon, you're in Jamaica. No, you have to do this. And I was like, with all the love in the world, my focus is August 6th and 7th. That's where my energy is right now. I can't do anything else. Not that I can't. Of course I can. I don't want to. I really want to just really give this all of me so that I can get from it what I have put in. And so that's the commitment.
All right. Have you reconnected with family members, school classmates, and
classmates? Yeah, classmates. I got together with some Alpha girls last week and some St. Joseph folks. Last week we went to a place called REGGAE. Haven't go up and see the family. Have to go see the family. REGGAE is in New. On a Sunday.
There's one done by Victoria Pier, and I think there's one up by Barbican.
It's the one uptown somewhere that I went to. So, and I think I'm going somewhere else on this Sunday. But apparently, it's like a Soul Sundays kind of thing. So I'm going to different places. I went to the one in Portmore as well. So I'm going to different places. Have not done the reconnection with you know who that I need to be reconnecting with because I've been busy and they've been busy. But I've been communicating with my family. And so my plan is I actually want to go see them this evening. And that's just to show you that I've really been so on the ground with this, Junior. It's like I got here and I haven't stopped going. I'm in Old Harbor every day. I'm in Spanish Town every day. I'm in the surrounding areas every day. Every day we're here. I am just reaching out and feeling and being with the people and getting the word out about this wonderful event that we're doing for the community. And we just have to be out there. And so that's why I haven't been able to reconnect with as many people as I would like to.
All right.
I did get to see the Alpha Girls.
In closing, talk up the things. Talk up the things about this thing so people can know and can make the effort to come out and when I come see the elegant, the fabulous, the illustrious.
The hostess with the mostest. Every time. Well, I just want folks to know that if you're in Jamaica for Independence this year, this is the biggest and the best event for the Independence season. Why do I say that? Because I'm producing it, of course. That's just me being cheeky. Judith, I'm just being cheeky. No, seriously, I want to thank the Lawrences for having this vision for this event. Come support this vision. This vision is a vision for the community. It's bringing back quality entertainment to our community. And through their vision, we were able to bring the show together. We have Major Hype. Chris, it's called Jokes and Jammings because it's jokes. It's a comedy show with some music. So we have Major Hype, Fancy Cat, and Kathy Tandede as the jokes side. And on the jamming side with the music, Christopher Martin, Len Hammond, and Eric Donaldson, who is also from Old Harbor. Do you see the blend? We are starting early. Gates open at 7. We start at 8. We go till midnight. Come catch a vibe. It's all about Jamaica independence. It's the best place to be. TotallyDeliciousJamaica.com is where you go to get your tickets and information. TotallyDeliciousJamaica.com. You can follow us online at TotallyDeliciousJA, and you can follow me at I Am Sharon Gordon. At I Am Sharon Gordon, my website is IamSharonGordon.com. I can't tell you how much we want to see you in the space. Come August 7th. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Grassroots marketing, grassroots promotion, that's the only way to do it, and that's word of mouth. So I'm asking you, please, on behalf of all the team that's here. I wish I could show you outside. They're building the stage. The grounds is under construction. We're transforming the space. On behalf of everyone here that's pouring in to making this event the best event for the community. We want to restore some laughter and joy. On August 7th, come support this event. Come on out. Please tell a friend to tell a friend.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up. And
I will.
Link him soon, all right?
I will. Well, I hope you're here. I hope we can have you here.
Yeah, and I hope to have you back on before the event, at least.
All right, that would be nice. Please, anything we can do to promote and push, we want to. Thank you. We need it. All right, thank you so much. Love to your listening audience. Mwah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. On behalf of the Lawrences, on behalf of everyone at Totally Delicious, we say thank you.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Yes, people. And the need to go a whole hour and catch a vibe. Sharon is going to be there, the hostess with the mostess. I'm telling you, people, make it a date. And don't be late. Kevin, while you're there, listen, ladies and gentlemen, moving right along. Guess who we have come now? We showed you the list. No, we showed you the list when we started the program. We have one of my favorite people. Come on. This lady is a diehard Jamaican. She's a patriot. And although she lives elsewhere, Jamaica resides within her. She has never forget where she came from. And to that extent, she's a member of Advocates Network, a non-partisan group that seeks to hold government accountable. And they say it all with their motto, we nah ease up. And I say that because them definitely nah ease up. They're building on that successful protest. What, about 2 weeks ago? Two weeks or so ago? Very recent. And one of the persons responsible for bringing that to us is here with us right now. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me bring in my sister. Well, everybody have my sister, I don't know that. And everybody's special around here. Rosemary Francis Binder. Rose, big up yourself, big up yourself.
Hello. Hello to you. Hello to your audience. Hi, Will. How are you?
First of all, I want to thank you for taking the time to join us because I know it's past a lot of people's bedtime right now.
Yes.
And refreshed. You look like you just wake up and you're ready for the world, you know?
Well, anytime, anything for Jamaica, anything that's going to benefit, in my opinion, the people of Jamaica. Always finding the energy. It's something that we strive for because in our hearts, like you said, we are diehard Jamaicans, and it doesn't matter where we go. I can speak for myself. Ever since I left Jamaica to go to school in the United States, even when in Jamaica, it has always been standing up for the Jamaican people and, hoping that youth will hold with us, turning 60 this year and hoping that the energy will still continue. But yes, we do that very proudly. And of course, our ancestors set the tone for us, right? And people like you, Will, thank you so much and your team for making sure that we can have these conversations. We can clear up things. You have your little university where it's brought so much clarity to people. Thank you all.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sis. All right. Talk to us. Let's pick up where we left off. The last time we were talking about the protest. And we said we weren't going to talk about what the future. We're just going to talk about what recently happened. Give us that they call it a hot wash. Give us a sense of what the protest meant. What did it mean to Advocates Network and its supporters?
Right. Well, Will, as you mentioned, the Advocates Network Jamaica is an informal grouping of individuals and organizations that are, civil society groups, actually, advocating for good governance, integrity, transparency, respectful government, human rights, etc. And so when we had the last protest, there were several issues at stake. We were not, we knew that we needed more information about the TCN issue, that MOU that was out there that we didn't know about. We also had some integrity issues regarding, at the time, we had a minister in government where the Integrity Commission had made a call regarding the status of, his declarations and so on. At the time, also, we were very concerned, and we still are, about the Melissa funds allocations and the spending of such. And we called on Jamaicans to come and stand with us at Crossroads. It was actually spearheaded by our honorable member and long, very popular Jamaican journalist in her time, who's now retired, Ms. Kay Osborne. She's a member of our group, and she spearheaded that, and we joined with her to put on that protest. What happened is that we had great results. Jamaicans came and stood with us. and they had their voices heard, because advocacy is something that we're making sure that, you know, nobody should be scared of advocating for what they believe is right, and for what they believe should benefit Jamaicans, and how they feel that government should work for them. So with that in mind, we were happy about the turnout and the energy, and it was really a resounding success. And we had many Jamaicans calling on us, you know, to keep the momentum going, because, you know, some people will not stand alone. When we stand together, we are stronger, and we give cover to each other, right? And we can share, we can learn. One of the things we wanted to do was give more information about topics, because, as you know, if they won't educate us, we have to educate ourselves, right? And it is the educated mindset that makes a democracy work, because when you're making choices and decisions, then you have to have some information about the facts and what's going on, right? So that's what the protest was for us, and we're very excited. And so you knew, Will, that it wasn't gonna stop there, because we want to help Jamaicans to be able to have their voices heard. And that's what advocates do, right? We stand for change, we stand for improvement, we stand for what's going to work for the people. And like I mentioned before, good governance, integrity, etc.
Right. Kevin, if you can join us, because I want to put up your the promo for the upcoming event.
Right.
Can you talk to us about that?
Well, you know, Will, I was going to ask you what we could probably do. I don't know if you have it. There is, for your listeners who did not know anything about the Crossroads demonstration and so on, if you had that video which I had sent, where we put music to what happened there, and the call to have Jamaicans continue expressing their voices, you know, and calling on whichever, and it's whichever government that's in power, because that's something I want to state very clearly. The Advocates Network is non-partisan, and we invite everyone to join our calls for protest or vigils.
This is what I have.
Yes.
From Crossroads to the world,
We don't want no chaos, we want clarity.
yeah, I was born on the Advocates Network. We stand firm. Listen up, JAMAICA. Eh. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Good. Hundreds in the street.
yellow in the sun, standing for the future, for the daughter and the son. No matter the party, no matter the creed, we come together for the things where we need.
From the hurricane relief to the
Hospital floor, the people that ask questions, we knocking at the door.
transparency, integrity.
That's the plan. We want a better life with this beautiful land. We stand for Jamaica. At Crossroads we meet.
One voice,
One heart.
moving to the beat.
No more corruption, no more cronyism play.
We want good governance.
Starting today. Advocates Network, we standing tall.
We not ease up.
We answering the call.
The rich and the poor,
Side by side. No more secrets, no one left behind.
we need the truth. Let the FinStack report show.
We need the accountability. Let the people know.
A government should love, a government should care. No leave the people on the top, howling in despair. We want a nation where the system works for all.
United we stand and we will never fall.
Yes, my people. Nice music, nice video.
Yeah, nice one. There's an updated one to that, but I'll send it to you later.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the plan going forward now?
Okay, the plan going forward is that on the 30th of July, we are going to be having what we call the candlelight vigil for Jamaica. And it is going to take place at the Naggohead Bus Park in Portmore. And it's going to start at 6 p.m. It goes until 9:30 p.m. So we're asking people to wear white, or, you know, what you'd wear to a candlelight vigil, we're asking people also, you know, to bring their candles or some kind of a light. We're also, this time there's going to be a focus because there is a partnership with the local religious leaders and churches. And, you know, we are a religious people in Jamaica. So this is going to be.
Let me just put up the, the
flyer. Yes, you can put up the flyer. That's right. Exactly. So this is what the flyer looks like. And of course, it's a peaceful gathering. We want to say that for the rule of law. This is not being put on by any political party. I have to say that again. This is an Advocates Network event, partnering with our local leaders, our local church leaders, and community. All Jamaicans are welcome. Every single one, not only people in Portmore, it's going to be in that area. However, it's going to be in that Portmore, area. However, we are inviting anyone who want to join us, who have the concern, who want to take a stand. Is again standing up or standing for Jamaica, this time in the form of a vigil, a candlelight vigil. And so we are asking for participation. We're calling on people to come out, show your light, stand bright, become a part of the fight, you know, because without you, we won't have the Jamaica for the future that we are hoping for. And we can't only hope, we have to speak. And we have to share and we have to inform. Our key concerns, as you see there, Will, is about the deportee deal, right? And of course, there's a lot to pray for that too, but we have that in discussion, the memorandum of understanding, which we have not yet seen, which the people of Jamaica don't know. We still have the Hurricane Melissa funds, the transparency issue regarding that those funds are still there. Less than 2% of it has been allocated. People are still sleeping outside, and the hurricane season is coming up. So it's not a joke, right? These are things that have to be in our minds and highlighted, and we have to still keep talking about it. Strengthening the accountability. Yes.
We're in the hurricane
as it relates to the Integrity Commission and accountability in general, right? And of course, crime reduction, our criminal justice reform that many are calling for. So, you know, it's a culmination of, we know there are tons of issues, Will, but we're trying to keep focus on some key concerns. However, as at the last demonstration, people came out and were able to say, you know, what particularly is affecting them. I remember the one lady who spoke to a colleague of mine there. She said it's months and that she sent barrels, you know, with assistance for her people in Jamaica as a result of the Melissa thing. And she has not seen it yet. So that was her concern. You know, that was what affected her. And she wanted to be there to stand to say, yes, you know, we need to do better. We're calling to speed up these processes and so on.
I know at the bottom right here, just as you mentioned, it said a disclaimer. The vigil is organized by civil society and churches in Portmore and the county of Surrey, not by any political party.
And we have to be very, very strong about that, Will, because, you know, whenever as advocates we speak about anything, it will be the governing party that's in power at the time that feels that, you know, you're criticizing them. But that's advocacy, right? Saying that we can do better. And as a child of Jamaica, I was raised to stand up for that. As head girl of Glenmuir High School, we were told, you know, ask, speak, always, we can do better. We want change, whoever the party is.
We have to big up Glenmuir. Big up Glenmuir High School.
Yes, that's cool. You're in Maypen. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you.
So, you know, it's gonna be on the 30th of July. What day is the 30th? Is it a Sunday, you say?
It's a Thursday. No, the 30th is a Thursday. Okay. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
from 6 to 9:30 p.m.
Yes, yes. So there'll be a stage, there's going to be lighting, all of that. We are asking people to come out in your thousands.
All right, gospel artists, praise and worship choirs.
Yes,
It'll be a prayerful time. And
right.
no, these are the key concerns, right? These are the key concerns. But it's gonna be a prayerful time, and we're gonna have. So, what exactly will you collectively be praying for?
So we are praying for definitely. We are praying for good governance in the general setting. We are praying for that our leaders, whoever they are, right, will do the right things, will show integrity, right? What you do when nobody is looking, doing the right things, right? It's a bigger issue, or human rights. Remember, in the form of prayer, God, most religions or faiths talk about the respecting of human rights, of human beings, love, loving. And I am excited about the part about how we're sharing and caring for each other as Jamaicans. So if we can speak with each other, talk about our concerns together, praying for peace, praying for, reduction in crime, all that kind of stuff will. And as you know, that's, most of us believe that, but we have to live it. Not only our leaders, even us. So it's a whole big call within that context, and not forgetting, the key concerns, praying, for crime reduction, that our leaders will have the vision, or will be touched or be affected in a way to love its people, and do have reform in the criminal justice system, be accountable, that kind of a thing. So it's gonna be a very moving event, and I'm 100% sure that everyone there will be affected in some kind of a way and motivated towards working towards that Jamaica that we all want to have, where we can live and prosper, raise our families, do business, and retire. So it's all within that context, and we're calling on everyone to come out and support and show that as a nation we live in a democracy, and that we can share and care and advocate in peace.
Rhodes, somebody just, K. Stevens asked a question. Why is it called a vigil and not something else?
Right. So last time we had the protest, yes. And this time it's a vigil because we want to have that kind of a reflection. We know what's important, to people, what moves them. And we were asked, by our leaders, by our religious community and so on, to be able to do this. And so as advocates, you advocate in different ways, right? It's not only one way to ask for change. We have to look at people's beliefs too, and our system. The Jamaica that we live in is one that also is very is religious, right? So we're not focusing on any one religion. We're just saying all of us, all religions is working towards good, right? For it's for people, for human beings, for society. And so within that context, that's why this time it's a vigil, and because of the heat. You remember the heat in the morning, the daytime, and so we thought of something for the afternoon or in the evening when people have come from work. They have and 6 o'clock to give that that space, so people can come out then to the vigil.
It's funny because K. Stevens also said, at least them calling for us to pray, them better than some churches.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Rose, talk to us about interaction or engagement with the government from this perspective. You were out there collectively protesting against certain things that the government did or didn't do. Do you know if the government extended a hand to say, look, you know what, we understand, let's talk about this, let's talk about resolving these issues for the betterment of Jamaica and Jamaicans? Was there any outreach at all from either side?
Okay, I know that the government has in the past listened to us, have reached out to have our participation. I remember regarding constitutional, that time when they were having this discussion about the constitutional reform and so on. We were invited. Professor Dr. Rosalie Hamilton was given the ear on the to present to the commission. There are many times that behind the scenes, our colleagues who are working, because we're not working against the government. Many of our colleagues, when you look at things like Jeanette Calder, they talk with our government. You know what I mean? There's dialogue going on. As it relates to this protest in particular, I cannot say 100% for surety that there was a reaching out. But what we know is important, is that they're hearing, right? And we know that advocacy works, because even with the issue, when the prince came to visit, and we had our demonstrations, and we had our points put across, and we talk about needing to get reparations, right? We were having dialogue. So, and they hear. So even if the government has not reached out as yet in a direct way, we are encouraging them to listen to our advocacy, to draw from it. Because it's not anything negative. It's not a fight. None of us as advocates want anything negative for our country. We are going out there, putting ourselves on the line and calling for change that's going to benefit the Jamaican people. And we'd love for our government to see that. In fact, while we're on the topic of the reparations thing, it's a side issue. The Advocates Network, if you remember, Will, provided a 60-point document about why we should have reparations. It was researched by a lot of the professors on our team and the people who are competent enough and have done this work over the years. This document is still there. So we're hoping that before the contingent goes to London in the next few weeks, I think it's in September, to talk about reparations, that maybe they want to look at that document. Maybe that's a way to reach out to us about the work that's been done there, because it received quite acclaim all over the world. Newspapers from the Caribbean to Europe were actually quoting this document, and we can make it available to the government.
Professor?
Listen, welcome back, Rose.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. Sorry, I wasn't here when you. Well, I was here, but wasn't here to greet you.
Right. Thank you. Good to see you.
As always, it's good to see you too. What kind of feedback have you been getting since putting out the flyer for the vigil to happen? And before you do that, somebody asked if it was a political or religious event, the vigil. So I won't. You.
I can answer that question.
Yes.
The vigil is a call for all Jamaicans to come and stand in their strength and in support of the changes that we want to see, of the things we want to pray about, of the things we want to keep current in the population. We don't want to, forget about these things. They are important to all Jamaicans. And so whether it's a vigil or it's a demonstration or a protest, we're calling for the support and for all Jamaicans to come and stand with us. Now, anything about people is political. Okay, so a lot of times when people say, "Oh, it's not political," but I know what they mean. Is this in terms of the party politics? No, it's not. However, all Jamaicans are welcome. And so there will be people, like you saw the last time, from various political parties who came, right? So we can't stop that. We are a free democracy, and that's the things we want to promote. Come one, come all. You all have a voice, and we want you to be standing up there for these things, because we know deep down you care about it,
Right.
So we're calling on you to show this. that this concerns us, so the government can also see, or whichever governing party at that time. Well, most of people don't understand that the government is made up of the ruling party, right, and the opposition.
And
right?
the opposition.
So the government, right? So it is the ruling party and the opposition. And it doesn't matter. The Advocates Network, we're going to be here forever. Young people are coming up that are coming up in the group. When I'm gone and everybody else is gone, it's going to continue. Why? Because we're building that groundwork now to say to people, look, you should stand up for what you believe in, and that we all believe in a Jamaica that's going to work one day for all of us. We're not going to put that to sleep. And it's all of these things and doing these activities and making your voices here and standing with your light and shining it bright with all your might. We have all kind of slogans for this vigil, Come out, it's going to feel really good. So that we have our hearts in it. Yes.
All right.
And the kind of feedback you've been getting.
Yes. So, you guys, I would say the show is, let me just put it this way. The flyer came out, was formalized late last night, early this morning. So it's just out there. So most people are just seeing it. And so far the response has been good. We've been getting questions about with the colors, they can wear white, wear things for a vigil. It's going to also be evening if you think it's going to be a little bit fresh or hotter. So, but white looks good. It signifies, almost, pure thoughts, that kind of a thing. It's softer, that kind of a thing. So, we're not the color. Yeah. As we know, the color is not what matters. It's what's in the heart. It's what's in the intention, right? So we're encouraging the color, but what's most important is the message that we're sending and what we are all participating in for Jamaica.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to leave it there. But Rose, I want to thank you for coming on. Thank you for staying up as late as you have. Thank you for doing the things that you're doing for Jamaica and Jamaicans. And hopefully your work and the work of the Advocates Network will be an inspiration to the young people, because as you said, this is not a movement just about us. It's a movement about all of us, children or grandchildren and those to come. So I want to thank you for taking the time, spending with us. And what I'll do at this point, I'll just let you have the last word.
Yes, and we'll thank you, like I said before, for the work that you do on this medium, right, on this program. I would like to send a big shout out to my fellow advocates in Jamaica. These are some hard-working people managing their works, other civil society groups that they're in, and still having time to dedicate, to all the leaders. They know themselves. For one, I got my motivation from, the incredible Dr. Rosalie Hamilton. And, when you look at people like Kay Osborne, Nora, all of those people who are just giving back to Jamaica, I want to say thank you to all of them and all the others. I don't like calling names, because I know I get into trouble because I'm turning 60. I forget things sometimes. But they know themselves. Thank you. And for all the Jamaicans who are coming to stand in their strength, thank you. We look forward to seeing you, and we look forward to standing up and for building and advocating for the Jamaica that we all want to see, live in, retire in, and thrive in. Thank you.
Let me just say big up to Rose, Kay, Norma, Rosalie.
Yeah, Rosalie.
Nora, the entire crew. Yeah, Nora and I, we had a really nice conversation today.
Mark, we have a lot of people, yes.
Big up to all of you. You're doing good work. You're doing God's work. Continue. And we just hope that this is going to be even more successful than the
yeah, we are expecting thousands, Will, and with your help, we're hoping everybody is gonna come out and not go ahead bus park.
But you know what? We're gonna extend the invitation. I'm overstepping my producers, and I mean I know they're going, yeah, but they're gonna agree to it that we'll have you back on before the protest.
Okay.
So we'll get another chat. All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
Big up yourself.
Bye. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye. All right.
Take care.
Yes, folks. That was Rose all the way in Germany. I think she's 7 hours ahead of us, Kevin. So it's what 1 o'clock? 1:04?
They're 7 ahead.
I think they're 7 hours ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, big up yourself, Rhodes. Big up yourself. And the Advocates Network. Now, people, we're bringing on some. This is a very touching story. It's a story that's been in the news now for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's touching and touchy.
Yeah, touching and touchy. And it's a story that must be told, because you know what they say, the truth must not only be the truth, but it must be told. Meaning that if you don't say it, then how would people know? And people have rendered all kinds of opinion about this man and this family. And I can tell you that a lot of the stuff I've read, a lot of the stuff I've watched, pure nonsense, speculation, innuendos, and in some cases, outright lies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring to you Pastor Junior Alves and his lovely family, his wife Joan, and I think there are 2 lovely daughters with her. And daughters, forgive me, me not good with name. I like Rose a while ago. Yeah, Rose, she's turning 60, and sometimes it's difficult to remember the names. But I have a youngster here with me, Kevin.
But you're not turning 60 though.
Not that turning 70, right? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me bring on Pastor Alves, and let me bring on his lovely family. There they are.
Hi, hello.
Bless the Lord. Big up. Now, people on the run, go tell, because we don't now wait for this story, I know. So on the run, go tell, as Kevin has to tell a friend and tell who else, Kevin?
Call a friend of a friend of your enemy of your friend, and your enemy too.
And call everybody and tell them, so they must come on now, because the man that they've been hearing about, the man that they've been reading about, and his family, they're here in our studios. And it's not an opportunity that has been given to a lot of people. So there's some kind of mystery, some kind of mystique about it. But tonight we're going to break through it, because at the end of the day, these are people and they are us. One Jamaica. And so the truth must be told. We're not going to go back. Some people want us to go back and talk about pastors from the time pastors come out of the belly, pastor come out of the belly till now. We're not going to do that, people. We're going to focus today on Alves' condition, his experience. We're going to focus on what it means to his family. And then we're going to talk about the role, or the supposed role, of the Jamaican government in terms of addressing the needs of Jamaica. So, with that said, Pastor, big up yourself. All right. We're gonna move past January 11th now, and we're talking. We're now. Let me set the scene for you. You're on the plane. You kind of have some idea where you're going, but you've never been this far. And then, boom, you land in SW. And you're taken to a facility along with other Jamaicans, because the 3 of you there right now. There was one there 6 months ago, but that person has left. Their situation has been resolved. Your situation is unresolved. Talk about your experience in SW so far.
Well, first I want to say thank God for giving me the strength and the courage to know how to encounter and gravitate to what I'm encountering, and to the experience that I'm in is not something that many people could honor in a time like this. It's not something that I've adapted to as yet, but I'm still in the process to get to familiarize with the ground that I'm on. But I thank God for you, because you all take the time to really acknowledge my case acknowledge the process of what I'm in and going through, and take up the load upon your shoulder and say, I want to get familiarized with it. And you're establishing to other people to know, let them know, I'm not just a typical man, as just a word speaker with no knowledge of God's words, but with impact with the word of what God has given to me to share to nation. And so this is who I am, a process that I know what God has given me. But the journey I didn't understand. So here I am in a place where it's a strange place, but a place where God has designed for us to stand upon and to declare in spite of the activity that you encounter and the things that you are aware of and the things that you see daily, what's going on. And people that was before me spend 11 months, 9 months, 6 months and still sitting in a place where they understand that. Have no result of when they're coming out. So this is where I am at this present moment. So I thank God for you again, as I said.
Let me ask you a question. How many people are in the place where you are? I'm not talking about the maximum security prison. I'm talking about the jail section of that.
29.
29.
29. Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, some people might say it's a stupid question. Do they have 29 beds in that place?
Yes, sir. They have more than 29.
All right. So everybody has their own room too?
Well, we have 8 in one, 4 in one, and couple 3 rooms. 4 and 3 rooms. I spread around. The hall is very big. It's like about 3,000 square foot, width, wide, empty in the middle, but in the part then you have different cells with beds and everything.
Talk about your movement within this place. I mean, is your movement restricted? Is there a yard? I mean, can you leave the premises?
No, you can't go. Let me rephrase that the right way. The officers then cannot allow the people to know who we are, so they give us some little clothes to put on for the outer street. Not outer street, but in the compound of the institution, because you got the guards and that live here. So we are in the yard of the guards, and we can go to the store because they have their own store. They have their own stores where you can go to where the king own everything on this compound. So they carry us to the store and carry us back. So there's no way we can just walk up, no. But we have a yard which is about 300 square foot, probably a little bit more, where we can walk. We go wash our clothes, and we do what we have to do to allow our clothes to be clean.
Mm-hmm. As you mentioned, clothing. Have you had a change of clothing since you've been there? Because my understanding was that the clothing that you had on when you arrived there, you had that on for like a day or two. And
no, sir, we have it on for like going in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
The other day, when we was going outside on the road to the clothing store, that they give us an opportunity to go out, and they protected us out in the field. They carry some clothes that look like a uniform, like you're a chef. They give us clothes to look like we're somebody working with them. That way people cannot identify us unless we open our mouths. And so that's how we go into the clothing store and purchase. But you have to have your own money. Nothing they give is free. Everything they give you 1 toilet paper and 2 brushes of toothpaste. When that is finished, they give you a toilet paper every week.
Mm-hmm.
Every week you get one. So if you run out, you have to buy your own.
Wow.
So it's a challenge that we are in. And many people may hear about this place and the things may talk to us about this place. They may tell you that we are going to a place. First and foremost, I can tell us when we was coming on the plane that it's not like we was going in jail. We was going to go to a place where they're going to give us rooming and give us money to help us for the first couple of weeks. They said that to us in the plane. But when we come on the ground, it was a different thing.
Mm.
So what they blow our head like a balloon with, it pop with nothing coming out, but you have to come up out of your pocket.
Mm-hmm. What about your diet? Because I know you have a medical condition. How are they? What kind of food are they providing you with? Is it something healthy or what?
Well, the food, when you talk about the food here now, it's a different kind of living from our style of living, our ways of going through life. The things that they present before us is like in the morning, you get oatmeal with sugar, that's it, flat. You may get bread, a quarter loaf of bread with a tea bag and sugar. Like, Jamaica hard life. You there Jamaica hard life, I don't have it. You go through the process of getting, you go buy a quarter of bread back in my 60s, coming up in 70s. That's all we used to do. I don't know if it's the same because I left Jamaica in 1982. So I don't know if it's the same, but however we go there, we go to them, we get a quarter loaf of bread, a tea bag, and some sugar. That's a breakfast, nothing more.
Lunch.
And I'm a diabetic person, it's not good for me. And in the lunchtime, you may get rice coming out from the prison over to us in a yellow bucket, 2 yellow bucket come over, where they feed us from. And I've hoped to tell them that's not appreciated. That is not what the government tell me you was going to take care of me with. It didn't tell me I was going to come here and go to jail. And I'm still in a facility when I did not commit a crime to be in a position that I'm in. It's painful, but as you know, we have to press along and understand in the process of pressing, don't be a failure to what God is doing.
Dinner. What did they give you
If
for?
they don't give you a piece of chicken, it's a piece of dried chicken, like, something that's going to the grill to come off. That's it. And it's I'm talking about a piece of like chicken back, near the chicken back, the side of the chicken back. No breast, not like that. No leg, not like that. You get that with some dry rice. That's it.
Yeah, I was also told that by one of the gentlemen that them sometimes give you for dinner. They give you like rice, the same rice that they bring over in buckets. And
That's what they do. And lunch and dinner, that's automatically what you get. Rice with some water gravy. And some little carrot in it. I cannot eat that. I am a diabetic person. I inform them and give them my medical record and let them know what kind of medicine I'm required to get. And so I'm going through this procedure, but being that I was obtaining some medicine, don't get me wrong, I give me some medicine, the nurse gives some medicine to rescue me, but how long will that last? And then I have medicine I have chronic pain, shoulder pain, I have arthritis, where I gotta take pills for my pain. So I have not enough. So what I have to do every other day, I try to take one to keep myself from going through pains.
You're a pastor. Are you allowed to?
Yes,
Did
sir.
they take you on a Sunday, for example? Well, tomorrow you've been there one Sunday, right? Do they
Yes,
say,
sir.
okay, we're going to take you out to a church, or how do you worship?
Well, based on the observation, they offer me to have service, but they never give me a set time up to now. But I do pray at night and pray in the morning in the room that I'm in the more like eight people with 8 of us. So I pray that if the echo of it can reach out to others that are familiarized with God's words and can be a part of what I'm doing.
Let me ask you this question before I bring in the professor. The people that are in there with you, do you know where they're from? I know you're there with.
Okay, somebody's from Vietnam. I believe you have about 4 Vietnamese. We got about 3 Cubans, and the rest 3 Jamaican, and the rest is Africans.
Okay.
Different parts of Africa they're from.
And you're getting along well with everybody, right? Are you?
Well, as a pastor, I try to adapt, even though you got somewhere, they go outside and smoke their cigarette, and but otherwise we are all together, so we have to just know how to deal with each other. And it's a challenge, but it's something that you have to cope with.
All right.
And everybody get along with here as well, because, you know, it's not an easy task. Some people been here for 12 months, 9 months, 6 months. So, you know, when you come and you see and you hear the question, and then the prisoner that come over from next door, and those are the one who feed us, they come and clean up the outside of the yard, and then we talk to them. And it's painful for hearing the condition of and what procedure they are in and going through the procedure, where it's not ready for some of them to be even in jail. I don't want to touch on that son. That's not my son, but with me in particular. Oh God.
All right. Let me before I bring your family in, let me just have the professor ask you a few questions. Professor.
Go ahead.
Greetings. Welcome. The this is mind blowing for me. When you were on the way there, that you said they were told that what you're experiencing is not what you're going to be getting.
Mr. Professor, I'm thinking Mike has been mute.
Oh, is it?
No, I can hear him.
I'm not
Can you
hearing
hear
him.
me? Are you hearing me a bit?
Pastor, can you hear
I'm hearing.
Yes?
you hearing him
Good.
or are you hearing me?
No, I hear you, not the professor.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, let's go ahead then, Will, because it doesn't make sense.
All right.
Let's go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, I tell you what. Let me talk to your family a bit, because I see your wife. She has a very concerned look on her face, and your children. I mean, two lovely daughters, and you know it's painful to listen to what they're going through, but also you can see the expressions on their face. They seem like they're lost. You know, their dad, husband, breadwinner, stalwart in the family, they're no longer around, and so they're just gonna take some time before they fully adjust to what's going on, if ever, if ever. Mrs. Alves and you
Yes.
two daughters, forgive me. I'm not for tell me the name them again, so we can
Oh. No problem.
What's your name?
Oh, Chelsea.
Chelsea. Yeah. Was it Brianna?
Yes.
All right. Chelsea, Brianna, and Joan.
Joan.
Let me start with your mom. Mrs. Alves, talk to us. Your husband is not there. And you know, I think people can identify with it, saying that, well, she must be going through a lot of trauma, you know, a lot of grief. He's not dead, but it's and God forbid that should happen anytime soon. But he's taking away. He's been taken away from her and her family. What are the emotions that you've gone through since his departure, and is it getting any better, worse, same?
It's not even day by day emotional ride. It's a minute by minute. It's draining. It's emotionally draining to know that he's there and what he's going through. It's a, I don't even know how to even explain it. Um, I'm scared, especially when he said he goes out to shopping, because I get anxiety because I don't know what can happen once he goes outside, because he has to go with the armed guards protecting him. It's just scary because he's not in his own environment. He's in a strange land, which new rules, new language, new everything to him and to us. And he's there by himself. I mean, because it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's a hard situation. And then have to deal with the emotions of the kids. You know, again, I have two younger ones and I have to deal with their what they're going through. My youngest, her birthday is tomorrow, and she's very depressed, and we're trying to, help her to deal, because it's hard. It's a hard situation that we never thought that we would have to face.
Okay.
You know,
Let me talk to the young ladies, Brianna and Chelsea. You heard your mom. You're there with her. You're watching her go through the emotional roller coaster. You too are going through emotional roller coaster. When you talk to your dad, what are your first thoughts when you talk to him? Is it, I hope to see you soon. I hope you're well. I hope you're being taken care of. What are the thoughts uppermost in your mind when you speak to him?
You can go first.
When I talk to him, it's me like when I wake up, because the time difference is like it's crazy. It's just like you try not to cry, you know, you just ask him how he's doing. It's hard because, like I said, I mean, when he was back in the States with us here, even though he was locked up, you could you can still speak with him, and it's like it's a different feeling to know he's still there. When you know that he's not there, it's just like you try to wrap your mind around it, because you're like, dang, like not only am I just speaking to him more often, yes, but at the same time, it's like when he complains about certain things, like he's cold, like little things like that, you can't really do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you can try to bring up, like, we're coming together with make packages for him and other people that's there as well, but it's like, what all can you or can you not send there, that you would need on a day-to-day basis. So it's like you want to do so much, but you can't. You're kind of limited. You're kind of stuck because resources. Not only that, it's just like even medication-wise. I mean, he's speaking about his medication. How can we fill his medication with everything that's going on? So it's like another thing. You hear these complaints, you hear these problems. You can't really do anything to fix it. So it's just like, what do you do? Mm-hmm. So it's hard because, mentally you have to like stay strong, keep a smile on your face when you're speaking to him. Even though you want to cry and break down, you can't, because you don't want to make him get mad, sad, or depressed, So he tries to keep an encouraging voice on, and put a smile on his face. But in reality, it's not easy for him. And, it's not easy for all of us. It's just like a pause in your life. So,
Brianna?
The first three main questions are you okay? That's mentally, emotionally, physically. Because I know he was getting the flu a few days ago. Like, what are the next steps? How are we going to get you back home? How are we going to get you out of there? Because he's in Africa, it's a detention center. He's not just living in Africa freely. He's living in a facility, like prisons, and they're not prisoners. By far, they're not prisoners. Just like, Dad, what did you do today? What did you eat? It's like questions like that,
Mm-hmm. Professor, maybe they can hear you.
Can you ladies hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. When you first got the news that he was being shipped off, where were you?
We didn't get the news.
When he was being we got the news that he was there.
We got the news. We got a phone call that he was there already.
Yeah.
In South Africa.
We couldn't locate him for
like 3 days.
2-3 days.
Yeah. I kept on waking up in the middle of the night, looking at the locator, and I'm like, where is he? Where is he? How come I can't find him? Where is he?
And when you search his name, it says no results found.
Yeah, until we got the phone call on WhatsApp.
And we didn't know, like it's just, imagine you're on your phone call and WhatsApp keeps calling you.
You're a strange number, not even United States number.
And first it was calling my little sister, then it started calling my mom. So then my little sister picked up, was like, hello? And it was, hello, Soraya, I'm in South Africa.
And then she started screaming. And came running down the hallway. Mom, he's in Africa. I'm like, what? And then my whole world started spinning. Like,
and to be removed from the United States of America, my father was not charged with anything. They had him in jail
Alcatraz, Chrome. Then they transfer him to FDC. Then they transfer him to Louisiana. They don't tell you anything. Then from Louisiana, he was transferred to 2 different facilities. He had no charges.
Still to this day.
We even called different lawyers to ask, like, is there any criminal charges or why they picked him up or what? None. They couldn't find. We had the top trying to look. None. So to like know that the different steps and where he was transferred and all the stories you see online, it makes you just like, bro, where are these people coming up with these type of stuff, you know? But yeah.
Yeah. Now let me just say to people that the immigration system is an imperfect system. None of these systems are perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening to the pastor has happened to people before and will happen in the future. Because you know why? Here's how I tend to look at it. I tend to look at it that mistakes were made. That's because there were no pending charges against him. And so we just say mistakes were made. And we've seen instances where natural born and naturalized citizens, they were picked up. And then, you know, they had to go through a process and the situation was resolved. And we're hopeful that that's the case here. So what I do is I stay away from, you know, there are people out there saying all kinds of nonsense. They don't know what's going on and they're trying to piece things together. Yeah. But let them piece things together. And I'm more concerned that we should be more concerned about the pastor's health, about health, mental, physical, emotional, and otherwise. We should be concerned about the condition he's living in.
They don't tell you that stuff, and you don't see that online. You think it's all fake or like it can never happen to someone you like you're saying. With everything, with the new administration and everything like that in the United States of America, you've like, when it all first started, they were going from state to state, city to city, picking up children, picking up wives, picking up people at your job, you know, schools, and holding on to children so their parents could come and get them to get the parents as well. Yeah. It's just, you see that stuff on like TV and you hear about it, but you don't think this is real. It can happen to me. It can happen to any one of us. You know what I mean? And I think that tends to go over people's head, especially like my dad. Like, imagine how he's feeling. You know what I mean? Like, he was just in the house with us. I was the last person to say goodbye. He hugged me goodbye, told me he would be right back. So just imagine, like, and you're being transferred. You don't know what's going on with your faith. Like, your faith, it's always in God's hands, but when you have someone that can just do whatever with you, it's like, you know.
And no matter what fight you try to put behind it, it's like, at the end of the day, you know that it's unlawful in a sense because you have things standing to help protect you in that situation. And for administration to just like bypass that and do what they want and not really answer, like, even if, you know, a judge or anything like that can put in not to do, you know, like, don't, you know, let you stay where, don't touch you until they figure out what's going on. And he just bypasses it and he does what he wants. And it's just like, as even people that live here, like, you can't, it's hard because what can you do? You know, there's really nothing you can really do except try to fight back with the legal system. But at the same time, it's like they're bypassing the legal system. So who and what is the next step?
Exactly.
You know, so that's like.
And what do we mean by they? We mean by the ICE officers. They now have
more. They have powers like a judge. Like, that's what we were informed with lawyers. Right. Like, you know, it's not even the judge system. You know, it's more of ICE. ICE is the one that's making the decision. But if ICE want to do what they want to do, they're going to do what they want to do. So it's like a lot of people should take that consideration and like know that, you know, there's a lot of families right now that are grieving, just like how we're grieving, not grieving for the death of, you know, meaning that they died, but grieving to know that there's really nothing you can do. You can do everything right. My dad, he didn't catch any charges. He didn't even get a freaking a car ticket. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, when you try to live right and do what you're instructed to do, to know that you can still just anything can happen, and it's just a scary world to live in. It's a very scary world to live in, and it's just like, I don't know.
Let me just say that the best of my knowledge, as I sit here, I am not aware of any pending charges, criminal or civil, against him. And that's a fact. To the best of my knowledge, as I sit here, I'm not aware of any charges pending against him. But let's just put that to the side. Let's park that for a bit. And for some of you who would try to besmirch this man's reputation and you don't know him, you don't know what the facts are, think about this. I'd like you to walk in his shoes. I'd like you to think of yourself being in his position. And would you like people to pass that kind of judgment against you, where you're in a position where you're still trying to figure out, what did I do? And your family is thousands of miles away from you, and you're going through a very difficult time. And at the time when you're most vulnerable, most desperate, most in need, the best people can say about you is that I'm a criminal and him lie to the government and him this and that and that. No, people, be compassionate, human, and realize that there, but for the grace of God, you could be in his position. I want you to think about that when you start to pass judgment about him. Because if you don't know what the facts are, it's best for you to just sit back and just absorb everything that's going in and then make a judgment later. And having said that, I just want to turn to one thing. I know you want to come in, Professor, but I just want to turn to one thing. And it's this. This man has not renounced his Jamaican citizenship. Renunciation is a process. You have to go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as well as the Ministry of National Security and Peace. He has not done that. Which means he's a Jamaican national.
And we love Jamaica.
Right. And as such, given where he is, the Jamaican government has an obligation to pay him what's called consular visit. Some people call it a welfare visit. And the purpose of that is to ensure that he's in good health, he's in good spirits, he's not being tortured, he's fine. And also make sure that some of the creature comforts that he has them, some of the necessities he has them, like food, considering his medical condition, clothing, things of that nature. Somebody
to walk outside, to do whatever. He doesn't have that anymore. He doesn't have that right anymore.
Freedom's gone. His freedom is gone. Right? And so he's entitled to a consular visit. And we made contact with I don't know if you put it up, Kevin. You said the press release. I don't know if you put it up. I think it's in one of the emails. But we contacted the Jamaican government by way of the Consular General based in Miami. Mm-hmm. And he immediately spun into action. He immediately reached out to his folks in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. But keep in mind, there's only so much he can do, because he's not going to be able to travel all the way to Eswatini to visit with Pastor Alvis. Pastor Alvis came from Consular Mayor's region, Florida. Now, we spoke to him on Monday. And to date, well, you know what? Let me ask. Let me not assume anything. Let me start with the family first, right? Brianna, Chelsea, Joan, have you heard from anyone associated with the Jamaican government, whether they're calling you from Jamaica or they're calling you from the United States, regarding your dad and your situation?
No.
Nobody. All right. Pastor Alvis, let me ask you the same question, because you have a phone and they have your number. Have you heard from anyone affiliated with the Jamaican government?
That one. And it was so surprising. None.
Can I make a statement? I know that everybody is saying that my husband doesn't want to go back to Jamaica. That's the biggest thing online, as if he doesn't want to go back to Jamaica. He's fighting to come back to his family,
Indeed.
to his life. That's what he's fighting for. And everybody's just saying negative things about that. He's been here for 40 something years. He's trying to get back to the life that he left when he walked out this door. That's what he's trying to get back to. It's not like he's against a Jamaica or nothing like that. He's not. He just wants to come back home.
The life that he knows. That's
to his
the only life
children.
he knows, you know?
He has 7 children here. And he has grandchildren. That's who he wants to get back to.
Kevin, just look in the email. You should be there.
There wasn't one earlier with regards to that.
Yeah, no, it's the they sent they put out a press release. I think it was on this Saturday. I think it was on Thursday. They put out a press release about Pastor, and I just want to
The Jamaican government had put it out?
What was that?
The Jamaican government put out the press release?
Oh, here it is. It's this one right here. This one.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me show you guys what they put out. I think it's Thursday. And here it is that it's Sunday where he is right now. And so far, no visit. Now, I reached out again, my people, to the CG as the point of contact. And while he was on the phone with me, he reached out. This time, I think he reached out to the High Commission. Not sure if it's a High Commissioner, but but it appears as if it's someone in the High Commission in South Africa. Because OT, where the map? Let me map them there. Let me put up the map so people can understand the sense of distances from the US to Eswatini, and from South Africa to Eswatini, and from Pretoria to Mbane. I want to put it up so people get a sense of this, because I've been told that they're working on getting this visit. Yeah.
All right, let me just print. Okay, 1 second.
Just bear with us. Kevin is pulling up the have you guys seen the press release? No? Goodness gracious. You guys no. And
we can name it after.
Yeah, and so you can just imagine the heartbreak, the trauma, the pain, the anxiety that this family is going through. And I've encouraged them to stay strong, because at the end of the day, we'll get to the bottom of this to figure out what actually happened, because we haven't heard from the American authorities concerning this matter. And when I say we, I mean collectively, we haven't heard anything. And we hear things like, well, what make him know about Jamaica? And like his wife just said, the whole purpose of this exercise that we're engaging, is to have family reunification. What we have now is family separation. And to move into another country is still living the family members are, you're still going to have family separation. And I just hope that people can just understand this. And just think about walking in his shoes. Because it's easy when you don't think about the person like that. But if you have to think about it and say, you know, that could be me. And then the next question is, what would you do? What would you do? And then the people are supposed to help you. And again, I'm not bashing the Jamaican government. I'm just pleading with them. I'm pleading with them to please reach out to the family, reach out to this gentleman. They need your help. They need your help. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I can tell you right now, I can see counseling in the works at some point.
Please.
Lots.
Okay.
Please.
I can see it. Can I put it up now, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can do highlights and such.
Okay, thank you. All right. Here is the press release. And they didn't even have the courtesy of just calling you and saying, look, we're going to share this with you before we share it with the general public. They just put it out there. And so people, I mean, this is heartbreaking. It's the first time the family is going to see something coming from the Jamaican government. And believe me, they have their numbers. They have their contact numbers. They have the pastor's number and they have his wife's number. Here's the press release. There it is. Is there a date on it? Okay,
yeah,
there's on it.
Over to your right.
Okay, July 16th, 2 days ago.
Can make contact with Jamaicans.
Right? And here's what it says. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has made contact. I think it should be the other way around. That the 2 of the Jamaican nationals made contact with the foreign minister. It should be the other way around, because when you read it like this, it sounds like they actually reached out and touched base with these folks. Here it is right here. They said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has made contact. I mean, it's just like,
that's misleading.
Yeah, because it sounds as if they reached out and there's contact there. But the 2 of the 3 Jamaican nationals reported to be in the, and you see this word here? Hold on. This one here, reported. If they're doing their work, it wouldn't be reported. They'd know.
It would be factual.
Yes, right? And both men have advised that they do not wish to return to Jamaica at this time. Here's what they didn't tell you. They didn't tell you like exactly what pastor's wife said. Doesn't have anything against Jamaica. He wants to be with his family. He spent the better part of 4 decades in the United States. He has a congregation in the United States. He has a business in the United States. His family is here in the United States. So why would he want to go anywhere but to be with his family? I don't understand this. And so
especially with no charges.
Yeah, there are no charges. And so when they put this there, the way this is written, most men have advised they do not wish to return to Jamaica at this time. And they don't kind of add some context to it. People reading this go, oh, so them speak on Jamaica, them don't want to go back to Jamaica. And there must be some context to this by people. So the first thing is that what they should have said is there was contact between, not that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has made contact. There was contact between them. And the contact, ladies and gentlemen, be absolutely clear. The contact was not initiated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Let me be absolutely clear on that. The contact was initiated on this side. When I say this side, by the pastor, myself, and his family. That's how the contact was initiated. Because I asked them, have you been in touch with anyone from the Jamaican government? No. And I said, okay, let me reach out to someone. And so I reached out to CG Mayor, and he was very gracious and he was very helpful. But here it is now. The Senator Daniel Comino Johnson Smith, my favorite minister, said the minister received an official report from the Consul General of Miami following a telephone call initiated by one of the men who was accompanied on the call by his attorney. A second Jamaican national subsequently joined the call. Okay. During the discussion, the men were advised of the consular assistance available to them and of the government's readiness to facilitate their return to Jamaica. They were also advised that the government of Jamaica could not determine their immigration status in the United States or secure their return there. Both men maintained that they do not wish to return to Jamaica. It's interesting that here they said do not wish to return to Jamaica, and up here they said at this time. They do not wish to Jamaica at this time. That's a qualifier. Down here we don't see a qualifier. They just say, no, we're not going home. Mr. Johnson Smith further advised that Jamaica's High Commission in Pretoria, which is accredited to the Kingdom of Eswatini, is continuing efforts to establish direct contact. Look at this. Is continuing efforts to establish direct contact with the third Jamaican national. What about the first two? Let me see if I understand this. The High Commission in South Africa, which is next door, they are going to establish contact with the third person, but then forget about the first two that spoke to CG Mayor. We don't understand it. The person who's going to help them is this person, the High Commissioner in Pretoria. So why is it that the person is not trying to establish contact with all three? And I tell you what, I'm willing to make a bet now that they didn't contact that third person. And when they say continuing efforts to establish, no, look, listen, to establish direct contact, you don't have to go through diplomatic channels. It's just a phone call. If you want to see the person, that's different because now you have to travel. So you have to put in a diplomatic note and there are protocols. But if you want to speak to the pastor right now as a Jamaican official, you can do it from anywhere. You can call him and just say, listen, you know, and if you're scared of some diplomatic protocol, you could have somebody call him and you just listen to the phone call. If you're saying, well, we have to have a dip note and get permission to call him on the phone, then you make somebody call him and you just sit down there and you just listen. You just a listening post. You listen to the telephone call. But they didn't do that. The ministry's engagement follows earlier outreach by the Jamaican Embassy in DC to the relevant authorities in the US, seeking information on the circumstances of the men's removal to Eswatini, as well as formal representations by the High Commission in Pretoria to the government of Eswatini. Now, you see this, people? You see this? This is diplomatic speak. Right here, they're supposed to be saying something, but they're not saying anything. They're saying we had earlier outreach. What happened the earlier outreach? Talk to us. What happened? What did you learn about circumstances of the removal to Eswatini, as well as formal representations by the High Commission to the government? When was that? When did that take place? Because we do know that they said that they're trying to, it's continuing efforts. Now you say continuing efforts. When did they start this? Continuing means ongoing. Something started already. Who tried to establish contact with the third Jamaican national? When did that occur? By what means? Date, time, when? We don't know. The ministry's consular support remains available in this matter. More broadly, to Jamaican nationals overseas whose circumstances may require its intervention. The government will continue to discharge its consular responsibilities with care, discretion, and respect for the rights and Jamaican nationals who are in distress or require consular assistance while overseas are reminded to contact the nearest Jamaican embassy. So now, let me see if I understand this now. Now, they're saying that pastor must contact them at this thing, right? That's all. Pastor must contact them here, right here. Pastor, you have email service, you have internet service. That's where that will allow you to do this, to reach out to these people at consul@mfaft.gov.jm. No, all right. But you see how stupid this is. See, and this is the first time these folks are seeing this. The whole world saw this. Whole world. Except the people who should have seen it first.
And I don't like, I mean, not to speak over you, but it's like they're trying to, and I don't get me wrong, I love Jamaica. It's like they're trying to save face, which I don't get. I feel like, okay, let's say so-called happily that they didn't want, like, so they're basically stating that within what they stated, which is incorrect, that
They try to make contact.
yeah,
They
that,
make
and then
contact.
not only that,
This
but
is not true.
that doesn't mean that you couldn't have people lay eyes on your people that were born in Jamaica to make sure they're okay. Like, it's just like it's,
No,
it's
but even then, why only make direct contact with the third person? But in
Right.
the first two, you want to go through third party.
Right.
like, come on now, like,
And they're all at the same place.
if we're gonna like be honest about everything, like, come on, not to save face. People are human beings. Like, it shouldn't to be save face, it's to make sure that people are okay, you know, regardless of their situation. And I feel like before a government tries to save face and try to state one thing that's incorrect and make false information up, check on them. Like what you stated, a phone call. It doesn't hurt to make a phone call, you know?
No, they want them here. They got to email them.
An
What is
email,
that?
but if it was,
Bottom
if the last part of the email stated that, if they need assistance or anything else, you know, they're going to continue conversating. There was no assistance done. There's nothing that was done. They're like, what is that even? Like, you see, I'm saying Jamaican nationals who are in distress or require counselor assistance while overseas are reminded to I mean, they're in distress
From day one.
Yeah, so it's like, what are we really saying? What is that saying? And it's like, that doesn't make sense.
Let me
So
let me ask you something. You guys come from a prominent Jamaican family. Pastor,
Yes.
you come from a prominent Jamaican family in Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And where are they in the mix of this? Are they reaching out to folk to try and help with
My
assisting you?
generation has passed on. Most of 98 of my generation is 97% of my generation has passed on.
So basically, there's nobody there then, except your wife and your children.
Our sister, two sisters, but it's like,
Yeah, one of your sisters. She
I'm
was,
so hurt. I'm just listening to.
No, in Jamaica. He's talking about in Jamaica. But yes, family and friends are trying to see who they can contact for help.
Even my mom's family. It's
We're all
well.
trying to see
It's not
who
like,
do we
and I
contact
know
for help.
people
This
are
is like ridiculous.
people are probably saying, "Oh, what are they doing?" or stuff. Just, you know, just coming on here and just expressing what's going on. No, we are trying to make contact every which way. There's like, when I know the last time we were on the radio station, you guys told us to reach out to certain people, and we have. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like we're not trying to push it through as well, but there's nobody that's willing to help. You
It's
know,
like you're pushing through, and they're pushing you.
you're pushing you back,
onto
like, oh, we
someone
can't.
else.
Yeah, it's like,
or we'll give you a call back.
it's like, what, you know? So it's like, what are we really doing? I mean, I don't know.
all right, this lady, Colleen James, is a lovely soul. She reached out on Wednesday, and I guess she hasn't gotten your number yet. Is it okay if we provide her with your number?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll give her your number if you don't mind. And
And you
we'll
can
give
give
her-
her lines also.
So Colleen, Joan, see if you can reach out to Colleen and just pass. I'll furnish you with the numbers, and then Colleen
are
can
you
reach.
able, Pastor? Are you able to receive? Him can't hear me, so you can't ask a question. Are you able to get visitors?
I don't think so. Dad.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you able to get visitors?
Huh?
If we were able to come down there, can we stay with you? Are you able to get visitors?
If you come down there,
Yeah. Can we come see you?
I don't even know what's going. I have no clue of what to tell you based on right in the place I'm at right now. There's no way to say.
Is there like a guard or somebody there that you can ask?
Yeah.
I know
The
it's like
people that are working now, they have no clue of what to tell us. We have to ask the people that work in the morning, which the lieutenant then come, and the captain. Those are the people I have to ask.
This, my people, is exactly what the consular visit is about, so that they can find out from the officials: can he receive visitors? When can he receive visitors? How can he receive visitors? Where will they stay? All of these questions should be answered by through the consular visit. Go ahead, Professor.
But he's not criminally charged.
No.
he is in a detention center
Yes.
being treated like a criminal.
Yes.
So, who answers those questions?
Well,
That's the question. That's
so
the
to me, it's like this country threw him away to this country to go throw away to this country, and nobody has any answers for anything. You know,
They're just
This
there.
to this country for what? He has done nothing for what?
Just to
That's
stay
the
there
question.
until
Hold on a second there. OT, where the map them there? Where the map them there? You have the map them, Kevin?
and even if you look online at some of the news reports, it said they have to stay there indefinitely. So imagine living there indefinitely, not
in that
knowing
condition, you
what's
know,
going on.
Yeah, and like you said, there are people there, what, 9 months?
a
a
year.
year.
9 months, 11 months, 7 months. So it's different. And then yesterday they said they have the anniversary for 1 year. It's like the government is so much going on. They want to show you anniversary with no foundation. It's like it's just the market.
So let me.
We're pawns to the market.
Can I ask you a question? They're there for 1 year, right? What happens? Maybe you might know this, Mr. Rattigan. What happens? What are they sitting there waiting on? That's now their permanent home.
No
Is that
charge,
what
no
happens?
charge, no charge.
Mr. Rattigan, is that what happens now? They
See,
just
the-
sit there
Because
and
they have no legal status at that country.
So
Yeah.
they leave,
Nobody
yeah.
came to them with any paperwork or anything. Like I just said, they're being thrown away. They're being thrown away.
yeah.
And to not even be thrown away because they're now being detained in a detention center. So it's like you can't even leave. You can't really do nothing. You're just gonna be detained for the rest of your life.
To me, it sounds like modern slavery.
That's
Don't get
exactly
me
what it
wrong,
sounds like.
Because now they're being detained and they have no type of legal. They have no paperwork to say, "Hey, you can walk. You can go out and walk. You can live a normal life in Africa." Not even there. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what are we doing?
Open this to me, please. Yeah, I just want
Hold
to
on.
I just want to give the people a sense. People who are not familiar with the geography, I just want to give them a sense of how far you are away from your family.
19 hours from Florida.
19 hours.
From
But
Louisiana. As a matter of fact, from Louisiana, it's 19 hours. That means check to Florida. It might have been about 23 hours. So sometimes people open their mouth and breathe words with no understanding. And that's why I don't respond to nobody. Because as a man of God, I keep my mouth sealed, not to respond to people, but to able to hear from God and to use what God give me to help those that are in a situation where they understand that.
let me show the folks. 1 second, Professor. Or a moment. Here it is, folks. See that? Let me use my thing. This is where what going on, Kevin? Gone all over the place. Watch out. Hold on there. Hold on. Let me try this instead. All right. See that green right there, so? This is where the pastor was, right? And see which part him there now? See him there.
Use the
See the-
highlighter, Adeline. Use the highlighter.
All right, hold on. Let me go further. All right. So this is where we are, folks. Let me go back and see. You see where it is? Florida, Umbane, right here. In Eswatini. See it right there, so. Hold on.
Let me put into
See
a
there?
kind of perspective for those that are on the listening platforms. Southeast United States over to the southeast of South Africa, of the African continent.
Southeast of southeast of Southern Africa.
Let me put it into context. Southeast America United States, southeast continent of Africa. Let that sink in.
See, and for those of you watching, here it is right here.
People know that it takes about 90 minutes to fly from Florida, South Florida, to Jamaica. Miami, Fort Lauderdale to Jamaica, about 90 minutes. Do that back and forth about 6 times, 7 times. Jamaica back to Florida. Jamaica back to Florida, 7 times.
And then near South Africa, and you can see Eswatini is actually in South Africa. It borders with Mozambique, but see where most of it is inside South Africa. There's another country that's completely in South Africa. Here it is, Lesotho. It's completely, it's landlocked. It's within, so it's a country within a country. Similar to this one. This one is, except that Eswatini borders with Mozambique. But here's where we are now. Now, the High Commission is located in this city here, Pretoria. And this is where they're going, right here. That is less than 4 hours. If you're a slow driver, it'll take you about 4 hours. If you used to drive it like me, it'll take you less than about 3.5, thereabout. That's where it is. So let's say 4 hours drive from there, from Pretoria to Babane. And it's been, what? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's been 10 days now he's been there. Wednesday? Right. It's been 10 days. People, if only not something wrong with this, we don't know what to tell them. There is something wrong with this. And when I say something wrong with this, I'm talking now about this consular visit. There's something wrong with it. I mean, I'm tempted to even ask some people from South Africa to just go over and just sit with him and talk to him. But then if I did that, the Jamaican government going to get involved in diplomatic affairs. So I don't want to do it, but they need to do something about this. They need to do something about this. So,
but hold on. If you are a hired representative of the family, then wouldn't you have all right to make such a journey?
Yeah, you could make some calls and see, how things could work out. And it may get to that point, but I'd still liaise with the Jamaican government to say, listen, you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything, and so do you mind if and something like that, I'd even put it in writing and say to them, the man, he needs to see somebody and nobody's seeing him. Do you mind if I reach out to some people that I know and have them just go visit him, do a welfare check on him, reach out through contacts and see if they'll allow him to have visitors. I mean, the government should be doing this, man. They should be doing this. All right, listen. Let me talk to the family before we go, and then Pastor will wrap things up. All right, talk to us now. It's been gone 10 days. What kind of adjustment are you making in your lives, if any? Are you just living day by day? And
day by day. For one, it feels like I moved in with my mom because I have not left her side. I sleep in the bed with her. I probably took my dad's spot. Sorry, Dad. But my house, matter of fact, okay, this is a real life story. I went to my house today, and as soon as I walked in, I was like, I hope my house is not mad at me because I haven't been home in so long. I went in my room, and I have 3 posters above my bed. The posters are off the poster. It's not even a poster.
Like a wall art.
It's like a wall art. My dad helped me actually put these stuff up on my wall. It fling off on the floor. I have a whole thing of rack of perfumes that's on the wall. It's all on the wall, broken. On the floor. It looks like somebody robbed my house. I don't know how all these stuff drop off on the wall, but it's just like attack after attack, but I know there's no devil in hell that will get this victory because has the last say so in this. And I know that not only my father, but everyone else in there would be delivered from what's going on, from all this wickedness and evilness. And these last few days, it's been a fight.
Yeah. It's like when you think something like, after the last conversation we had, and I want to answer your question first, but the adjustments for me is time-wise. Because like you would think that the time when you're about to go to, like when he's about to go, he should be sleeping by the time I get off work, right? I get off of work at like 8:39, I come here at 9. And that's like 2 a.m. for him, and past that, and he's up, he's on the phone, like he doesn't get any rest because the time difference, and he can't make those phone calls out, so my mom has to do it. And for him to hear back, he has to wait until 3-4 in the morning where he is. So during the day for him, we're sleeping, and he'll still call, like my mom will wake up, she'll alarm for 5 o'clock in the morning because that's the time he wakes up.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to adjust your whole life kind of in a sense to make sure you can still speak with him, make sure that he's not up all night, actually getting sleep. I think that's why he was getting sick, because he's not being able to sleep. That also with, being that they don't have anything, you have to put like not $20, $50. You have to put a big amount of money on his books, and you can't even send it to him because he doesn't have an actual, because he doesn't have any papers there. They can't receive money. I guess I don't know.
The guards have to get.
Yeah, the guards have to get the money, and they have to go pick up the money and then bring them to the, bring to the store, and only go twice a week. So that was an issue before. It's like you have to make sure that it goes to the right place in Africa because you can get it confused. It's like a whole bunch of other things, So it's a lot. It's a lot. But I don't know.
No, finish up, Chelsea.
I don't remember what I was going to say. I don't remember.
For me, it's an emotional strain battle. I know. Thursday, after we got off the phone on Thursday, I came home and I just fell asleep on the couch. I was knocked out, and I couldn't even go upstairs. And the girls were there and everything. They said to me that I was sleeping and I was crying in my sleep.
Literally.
I was like, what? They said, yeah, you're crying in your sleep. And I said, this is an emotional,
Yeah.
Because I don't know anything. I don't know anything. When's he going to come home? When's he going to get out of there? You understand? And I'm worried about his health. God forbid anything happens to him there. What happened? I mean,
well, yeah, what happened?
Is there a hospital nearby? Are there ambulances?
Like, it's like, what
happened?
Yeah. It's just like, you can't
because
really.
I know that in October, I went on a case and my youngest daughter said that she heard like a bam and he passed out.
Where I have a picture, he had stitches over his forehead. He hit his
and he was all covered in blood because he had a abdominal obstruction. He was in a hospital for 3 to 4 days with tubes in his nose. They were pumping his stomach because he had scarred tissue. Just in November, and he was supposed to get a procedure. I mean, what happens if that happens again to him there?
You know what? LW, you two in the chat, has made a great point. Because he has not given up his Jamaican citizenship, he has not renounced. And because he's overseas, guess what category he falls in as well? The other categories. He's a diaspora member. He's a Jamaican diaspora member. There is a group headed by the Jamaican Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Global, not the American diaspora, global Jamaica Diaspora Council. You have a rep in Florida. Kevin Noir name. Mr. Kevin that look sideways. Kevin Noir. Get the name from Kevin and Kevin Abardita. Reach out to her and say, listen, he's a diaspora member. You're a member of the council. What are you going to do? You have to apply pressure from all angles. The council was established for people to prosper, for you to and for people to leverage the prosperity to help Jamaica. Well, here is somebody who's outside of Jamaica who needs help. He's a diaspora member. I am pleading. I forget her name, but Kevin knows her. Kevin will get you guys her name. When you call her tonight and ask her if she's aware of this.
Yeah.
Call her and ask her if she's aware of this, and ask her what can you do to help us. And when she tell you, whatever she tell, call me and make me know. No matter what time of night, Joan, you have my number. Call me and tell me what them said to you about helping him, because that's another level of assistance that should be provided.
But when I know we had this, the last broadcast on Wednesday, we got numbers, congressmen and whatnot, and different people. When we call them, they don't know what to say or what to do.
I'm so sorry this happened. I'll call you back.
Yeah, my sister will call you back or reach back. Like
the number one person y'all were putting in the chat. That's what they said. My sister will help you.
Yeah, and I understand that this is something that
is probably above them, but still reach back out.
You know.
Well, Sylvester Allen said, Mr. Will, they're not going to. They, meaning I guess the global Jamaica diaspora, they're not going to help her. They're going to beg the family money. And then Colleen Jim said there's a diaspora group in England. Well, it should be handled by, I guess the person in England. No, they have somebody in Africa as well, but he came from Florida. What about the Jamaican ambassador in Florida? There is no Jamaican ambassador in Florida. The Jamaican ambassador is in DC, but there is a consul general, Colleen, in Miami, and we have spoken to him. Who made the contact? He did his job already, but I'm going to call him again tonight and say, listen, we have not heard anything. We haven't heard anything. Somebody said they won't help the family, them no good. Well, let's put it to the test. Let's call the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. They just had a big election and they just had a big conference down in Jamaica. Whoop-de-doo. And they're talking about, we're going to be doing this, blah, 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 blah. Well, let's put them to the test. Let's see if they're going to help now. And they are inextricably linked to the government of Jamaica, because even though it says diaspora, it's run by the Jamaican government. Mm-hmm. So they are supposed to be in a position to help you.
We hope.
Shall see. All right, let me go to Pastor. Pastor, in the final words, because we have to cut you now. Talk to me. And keep that upbeat thing. You know what I say? Yeah, man.
Yes, man. As you can know, the Bible declares to us, you never seen a righteous forsaken or seed begging. But at this present time, we're in need of help and support. My family are in a stressful motion. Things is not that we would love it to be. Before I even reach in here, we get an office in commercial 441 to help the community, because I love to help. I'm a community leaders. Many who are talking, I want you to listen to me and get to know who I am. I am a man who supports people, help people, will allow my kids not to have, but to have people to have, because I'm a loving, caring pastor. Search my life and see who I am. Don't throw the word if you don't have the knowledge. Please respect the man who is standing with us and be connected to him. Find out what you can do to speak on before you jump and tell a lie. God bless you. And to the partner that we have in front of us, and the work that y'all are doing, and my kids and my wife, is hurtful, is painful. It's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, but we have to press along. Okay. Instead of you want to throw something and say, I want to be a part of what this man of God. I've done for the 25 years or more years I've been doing ministry. You check my record. Nothing but good I've done. Amen. Right. So God bless you all.
Before you go, let me just ask the professor if he has any parting words for you and your family.
I just heard you mention something, and I need to relay this to him since he can't hear me well. You said commercial on 441, Tamarack?
Yeah,
repeat that?
No, they said yeah. Commercial and 441 Tamarack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just rented 13 offices in it. I've just finished painting it, me and my kids. That's what
All
I
right.
leave from start go to start a new office to do transportation agency, fingerprint, notary. We used to do immigration and stuff because of what was going on. We do so much for the community. How many hundreds of people we have helped? Some people have no money, come get a notary and get things going. Because that's who we are. We don't look for it's not all about money every time. We do when I have the church running, we support the community in summertime, summer camp, nobody have to pay. That's what I'm standing for. I don't sell God gospel. I use it to help people to excel and not to decrease. So people of God, that's who this man of God is. A man of integrity, a man who loves and cares for others. That's what God calls me to do. And that's why you see my family look like this. It's not easy though. But if you want to know me, pray for me.
Oh, by the way,
Because I have no record, granted this present time, no charge, nothing. I'm sitting there. This is my seventh month now. In my 7th month, with no charge, no crime, and still in jail. Look at that. Think about it before you say a word that you don't understand what you're saying. Understand what you're saying. Quick to listen, slow to speak. You will get the information if you seek for answers. God bless.
ladies, you have a GoFundMe, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir. And they know more.
The top,
yeah.
Somebody, Brianna says again.
No, OT.
Speaker done.
That's it. Let me see.
And also we're going to be doing like a drive in a sense so we can get like things that they may need, like sweaters. I said it the last time, but we actually came up with like a flyer and everything that we wanted to present, like blankets, anything you guys anybody can donate so we can send it to them. We can ship it to them because right now they're in winter time and they don't have any AC vents. It's an open portion where the air just comes in. So we want to get blankets, socks, sweaters,
personal hygiene,
deodorant,
because it's winter there,
toilet tissue, things like that, so that they can all have it. Because if the family don't have money, like other people's family don't have money, they don't get nothing. So they don't even get towels. So anything will help.
We don't have it up right now, but we'll definitely put it up on Wednesday night, and then we'll constantly be in touch with you. We'll be in touch with the CG, and hopefully he will have good news for us.
And Kevin,
go ahead, please.
You have a question, Kevin? You have a question, Kevin? I see that you're thinking.
We need to talk.
Yeah, he'll call. I'll give you the number.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, I said so that they can reach out.
We'll connect you with me, and we need to talk.
Okay.
All right, folks. Pastor, keep your chin up. We're all praying for your family reunification, Miss. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right, then. Bye-bye. Sad. Hold on, Kevin.
His first name?
Who?
Pastor Alves.
Junior
Alves. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
No, me I try thing them. Me I try bring back. It look like these videos are. We have about a half hour. These videos right here. This I want to play this one, yeah.
Go ahead and remove them and put them back.
Okay, remove, and then this one, yeah, remove. All right. I have one here with a police brutality thing, but I don't know if we'll have time for that. So let me just play this one. That's one, and this is 2. And then this is 3. All right. Let me just Let me just big up the small circle. You know, Kevin, OT, June, for all that they do. This has been a trying time for all of us, particularly the Alves family. But we'll keep them in our prayers, and God willing, things will work to their favor. Now, we have less than about half hour. Let me just talk to you now about Audrey Marks and the TCN. We don't have much time. We wanted to go back to the Integrity Commission, but hey, we have next week. We have more things. Take a look at this. Listen to this.
The president, in an act of extraordinary friendship to our country, knowing the challenges we face in the U.S., has agreed to the most unprecedented and extraordinary migratory agreement anywhere in the world. He has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be they MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. And he's also offered to do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
Hear what he said? Even if they're U.S. citizens or residents, if you commit a crime, you could end up in El Salvador.
Feliz noche, feliz semana, éxitos y bendiciones.
Just wanted to make it clear there, but for the grace of God, go I. All right, now listen to this. This video now is a light-hearted look at what's going on with TCN. So I want you to take it in stride. Laugh if you want to. But even though it's a light-hearted look, I want you to think about the message being conveyed. Think about the message being conveyed. Here it is.
Actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
Choose Jamaica.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
Choose Jamaica.
So you see the message here is the Secretary of State is saying that we have some people who want to get rid of, and we're asking you a favor to take these people, and our Prime Minister in response says, choose Jamaica, send them to us. So something else. All right. Last week we played a video. We played a video of, it's actually a video audio of Ambassador Audrey Marks talking to someone from one of the media houses. And we played just a snippet of it. I went back and I listened to the whole thing. And it's frightening. It's frightening how people can just lie. It's frightening how people can just say things that are not, say things that are disingenuous. It's frightening how people can just twist things. I want you to listen to this, and then we're going to make some commentary as we go along. Listen to this.
And about another 54, the records show the negotiations are going on. So it's very much a U.S. policy and a U.S. program to get more of their third-party nationals who are not.
Truth, culture, politics, no filter. This is Jamaica 87.
Yeah, man. Good. Do we take the break before we do, or we just go straight to it, Kevin? Okay. So, the Efficiency Minister is on with us, Ambassador Audrey Marks. Yeah. So, we are here. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. How are you?
I am fine, and how are you today?
I am well, thank you.
Excellent. Yesterday, you spoke publicly for the first time about this TCN and worker exchange issues. Say issues because the government has been at pains to say they are different and distinct. May I ask, how did we get to the point where both issues were wrapped into one and the confusion that has ensued began?
All right. So first, well, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you. And I want to share with you for two reasons. One, to clarify this confusion that is going on, that has now reached a point where people's lives are threatened and property is one I've heard of so far, have been threatened. So lives and property, I should say, are being threatened. So that's a situation that we have to address, and this is the time to do it. The second thing is, I'm finally speaking, because there's a process in government. The matter of the TCN MOU would not normally be addressed by me, because it is, it is negotiated with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is the person speaking about it, and the Minister of Information, she has also been speaking about it. I've sought permission to speak about it for two.
You hear what she's doing? Here she's giving up all the ministries, though. She's speaking. She's acting in a role that is clearly the responsibility of other ministries. And she's calling them out. The pressure is getting to her because she shouldn't be speaking on behalf of those ministries. And what you're going to find as you listen to this, I'm going to show you something as you listen. Let me just move this. As you listen to this, her argument is going to spiral out of control, just like this. Look at this. Just like that. Her points are going to spiral out of control. So she come down and she try balance, and then she have some people behind her, I don't know what they were doing. One person at least shouldn't even try go down that hill, but we'll leave that for another time.
One, because I think the confusion between the two things is reaching a new level. And secondly, because I want to use this as an opportunity to also start making people more aware of the importance of looking at a structured migration program as part of what we need to do to address some of the structural constraints in our economy right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. To help you get there, Minister, let me just be even more direct. The TCN MOU, the Third Country Nationals MOU, what role, if any, did you play in it? Have you played in it, or are you playing in it?
So the TCN MOU is the TCN policy is a long-standing U.S. policy. This current U.S. administration, the Trump administration, they have put it back on the table to use as a way of addressing their migration problem. And they're approaching a number of countries, about 30 countries in all. I know of 27 who have signed, and about another 54, the records show the negotiations are going on. So it's very much a U.S. policy and a U.S. program to get more of their third-party nationals who are not legal out of their country.
But did you?
I have nothing. I'm finishing.
Yes.
I'm answering the question. I have nothing to do with that. It's a U.S. policy. I could not have originated it, and I did not negotiate it. I have sat in one meeting where I was really looking to see, can we use this as an opportunity to also speak about a structured migration program that I had started a discussion on a year ago while I was ambassador in the United States. It was decided that no, we should just keep the two things separate. And so,
First of all, a year ago, she wasn't the ambassador, Jamaican ambassador to the United States. She wasn't a year ago. She wasn't. And you hear how she answered the question. She answered in a beating, going around the primrose bush until she got enough courage to say, no, I wasn't involved. She didn't answer the question when he asked. She started, her mind is just, the gears are turning and she's like, well, how do I answer this? So let me just take him around, on a frolicking detour, and then we will get to it. Or maybe we won't get to it. And then he said, no, I want to ask you the question directly. And then she come and say, oh yeah, this started when I was ambassador a year ago. She wasn't ambassador a year ago. She left in March, or according to some reports, she left in April.
so the ministry is involved in looking at the negotiation or participating in negotiation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Security, Attorney General Department, Ministry of Justice, they all participated and made sure.
You hear that? You can't hear what she said. She said, my favorite minister was a participant in the meeting.
They all participated.
So where is my minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith? Where is she? This is Audrey Marks telling us this now, This is not us reading some report or somebody's, a source is telling us this. Audrey Marks, Ambassador Audrey Marks says, no, Kamina, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the ministry was there. And if the ministry was there, guess who knew about it, even if she wasn't there? The minister. The minister.
That we negotiated hard at the negotiation or participating in negotiation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Security, Attorney General Department, Ministry of Justice, they all participated and made sure that we negotiated hard for the MOU that was eventually signed. My only involvement in that would have come again when it came to cabinet for us to look at, ask the questions, and make sure that it is something that will be in Jamaica's interest to proceed with.
So stick up in. So the TCN deal was not proposed by you. Jamaica's involvement was not proposed by you.
Oh, not at all.
Good.
And it wouldn't make sense because this is something that involves so many countries.
Yes.
So
And you're saying that you took an opportunity at a meeting to discuss the TCN to introduce the issue of the worker exchange program.
So back in February.
You hear that? They're talking about TCN, but she said she took the opportunity. This is what's coming out now, out of this interview. They're talking about TCN, but she took the opportunity to talk about the structured migration program. Does that make sense to you people? Listen, I suspect that most of you have never been diplomats, but I can tell you this, that your common sense is going to tell you that doesn't make any sense. They're talking about TCN, and she on the margin, she's talking about a structured migration program. And she's talking about a structured migration program that involves deportees, people. Go ahead, Professor.
Who are you? Not you, Will, but ambassador, former ambassador. To go to this meeting about TCN to present something else.
Exactly.
Who you be? What kind of pull you have that you are going to bring something else to this table as a sidebar, as another program when the people at the table have no interest in something else.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because the people at the table in December, and I guess in February, because you're going to hear she talk about another meeting with Americans, I believe, in February, but certainly there's one in March. These people are talking about TCN. You're talking about the TCN program. They're not talking about structured migration. So how is it that, first of all, like the professor says, who authorized her to go and engage the U.S. government on matters concerning TCNs? And then who authorized her to go and then talk about the structured migration program while they were there talking about TCNs? And then where is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade? Where is the Minister of National Security and Peace in all of this? We haven't heard a peep, a substantive peep, not tweet, peep, from Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. We haven't heard anything of substance. We haven't seen an interview. They push poor Audrey out there. Forgive me, Ambassador Marks, but I'm just saying Audrey for emphasis, not out of disrespect. But they push her out there, and she's out there struggling. She's in deep waters, and she can't swim. And they thought that her so-called charm would win over the public. It's not working. It's not working.
Internally, we got the MOU request from the United States.
And Elena Francis, you're right. You're right. Thanks for reminding me. Minister of Labor, Pernell Charles. Where is he? Where is he? He's the one who should be bringing up this conversation on the margins, talking about labor-related issues. What do you know about labor, Ambassador Marks? What do you know? Oh, I forget. You know it all. Sorry.
In January. And so the discussions would have started within the government, looking at, how do we respond in the government, looking at, how do we respond? How do we, it's a long-standing ally, how do we work with them? How do we conclude something that would make sense for both countries? I attended one meeting, and in that was in February, and at that meeting, I broached the topic of looking at how we could introduce the structured migration program. In the discussions going on, it was decided to keep it separate, and we moved on. So,
who shared that meeting with Kevin, the one in February? And she said they discussed it and they decided to keep it separate, and then we moved on. That sounds like it's with the U.S. government. That doesn't sound like it's with the cabinet.
That discussion didn't happen with the Jamaican government, that's for sure.
Yeah. So people.
And we decided to keep it separate? We?
Oh, hold on. Let me go back and listen again, Kevin.
How we could introduce the structured migration program. In the discussions going on, it was decided to keep it separate, and we moved on. So in March, when I went to the meeting, the anti-cartel meeting in Miami, there are persons there from different departments. And in a meeting on the margin, I again brought up the structured migration program.
So she brought it up in February. Because she said I brought it up again. So and that meeting, people, we have no visibility on that meeting, that February meeting. We have visibility. And you know what's funny, Kevin? You know what's funny? We have visibility on the December 2025 meeting, but she doesn't mention that meeting. She mentions a February 2026 meeting, and we have no visibility. We know what happened in December 2025. She met with 3 men. They're from the Department of War and from the Department of Homeland Security. And they would have been talking about the TCN program. She doesn't mention that. She mentions a meeting in February, where she said she mentioned it on the margins to them. And then she said, and in March, she mentioned it again to them. We don't know anything about this February meeting. So why is it she's not talking about the December meeting? And why is it we don't have any visibility on the February meeting? There's something strange going on here, people.
program that I've been discussing the year before and said this is something that is still very important for an ally like Jamaica. We would be looking, and that program includes both the seasonal work program we are currently operating, which has a cap of about 20,000 persons. We think it could increase to 200,000. There's a demand and need in the U.S. now with the change in migration policies. And it also looked at getting in skilled workers. And that is where I say we could probably get about 10,000 skilled workers over time. Right. And this is how it would work.
So just stick up in, Minister, is very important. So the 10,000 number did come from you, but the 10,000 only relates to the worker exchange and had nothing to do with TCN.
Not at all. And how I came up, because I actually did a detailed document looking at how this would benefit from all the reports we are getting from the various sectors. I did a detailed document looking at what type of workers we need, how we could assimilate workers coming in. And I actually looked at the 775 communities in Jamaica and said, even...
You see, all of this that she's talking about, people, you know what they call them? Talking points. She's not thinking, she's reciting. These are called talking points, where they sat down and they decided, when you go out there, these are the things you're going to say. Don't think, just speak. And the gentleman doing the interview, he's not skilled in asking questions concerning, and I don't blame him either. I'm not being, condescending. I'm not being insulting about him. But what I've discovered is that a lot of the people asking these types of questions or questions surrounding this issue, they're not fully aware of the issues themselves. Because what he should have asked her, one of the questions he should have asked her is, wait a minute, you were authorized to go speak with the Americans concerning TCN issues. Yes? Yes. Why wasn't the Minister of National Security and Peace at that meeting? Why wasn't Ambassador Anthony when name?
Oh, which one? Oh, Anthony Anderson?
Why wasn't he there? And then you went to talk about TCN, but then you started discussing structured migration. Who authorized you to do that? Who authorized you to discuss both issues at the same meeting? As a diplomat, you should know better. You want to keep, what I'm saying. You want to keep the issues separate. You don't want to do that and then confuse anyone, including yourself. And then you didn't do it once, you did it twice.
Yeah, because you said brought it up again.
Yeah, you brought it up again. And then when you're saying, oh, we didn't, well, the dip note would have been subsequent to a conversation. A dip note doesn't just appear out of thin air. There was a conversation, and now we know why the dip note came, because you were having conversations with them. You, Ambassador Marks, were having conversations with them. And that's why the dip note came. And then you talked about them. You talked about, according to you, you talked about TCN and Structured Migration Program twice. Why? And you claim to be an ambassador, and you don't know no better than this. You don't, and then you try to throw my favorite minister under the bus. Throw her, you shubar. Big up yourself, OT. You shubar under the bus. And then you show poor Minister Chang. Man is recovering from heart surgery. You push the man, you should be man at the bus too. But then you don't hear you mention Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor. Why? I mean, these are the questions to be asked. These are the questions to be asked. And then when the Prime Minister was asked, he said he believed that you went to a meeting representing him concerning blah, blah, blah. What do you mean believe? He knew.
Which prime minister, which leader of any country is going to think that somebody is going somewhere to represent them? I believe, I think, I'm guessing those.
No. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, the guy, this gentleman, he asked some questions, but he's going in the right direction, but he's way short of the mark. Way short of the mark. There are other questions he could have asked her point blank. But then you're going to see something. Hold on 1 second. And we're almost out of time.
A cap of 20 per community. We're looking at about 15,000 persons. So that's 10,000 number that we could start at in managing. And I worked out the details of it. And that would have been from last year's March or so. Yeah.
So how come your communication, as you've said, meetings on sidelines and mention of this worker exchange in a meeting ostensibly called to discuss TCN, how did all of those things roll themselves into a document which was published as 10,000 TCN coming?
So that, when I saw that, I thought at first it was just an error. But the more it has played out, I realized it was a deliberate attempt to cause confusion. Because the TCN MOU was signed in June.
On June 10, Minister Chang says.
Yes,
and the newspaper story was June 16.
So it was signed on June 10th. The diplomatic note asking for a meeting to discuss the 10,000 TCNs, that could have caused a confusion. That was dealt with from the 10th of March. That came in the 10th of March, and by the 11th of March, there would have been another email going as to say the 10,000 program is going to be dealt with separately. The decision now is just to focus on the TCN.
But where is that document? That's why
Where the email?
No, that's why I'm convinced that it's the same thing they're talking about. It's the TCN program they're talking about. From March, and then it was signed in June, right? That MOU, because she's making no sense whatsoever. Minister Marks, if you would like to straighten this out, please come to Rattigan University. And I won't ask any questions. The professor won't ask you. We will allow the students here. They're well equipped to ask questions. They will ask you the questions. Just come in case you're fearful that the professor and the provost, we're going to try and beat you up, because we're not doing that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, because we're trying to help you to understand what you did, because apparently it's either you understood what you did and you're being disingenuous, or you genuinely you just didn't understand what you were involved in. There's a problem here, Minister Marks. There's a problem here, and this is the third time now we have heard you speak on this issue. And it's getting murkier and murkier and murkier. It's getting curiouser and curiouser and curiouser. Mm-hmm. And we're at the point now where we don't know if we should even believe anything coming out of your mouth. We don't know if we should.
It was questionable before. Now it's...
Kevin said it's unquestionable. It was questionable before, now it's unquestionable. Again, this people goes to show that some people are wise and some are otherwise.
Right.
Ambassador Marks, right now you're in the otherwise club. You're in the otherwise club because you're not making sense.
With the TCN of 10 to 25 persons coming to the country every fortnight, which would be a maximum of 50 persons. So even if somebody didn't quite get it right, if you put 10,000 with that, it would be about 16 years before you get there. So it would not have made sense. But the point is that that diplomatic note came in 2.5 months before. It was answered, it was settled, it was put aside. So the person who leaked the MOU, the signed MOU, and decided to leak the diplomatic note to conflate the two things. It was a deliberate action.
So hold on. So you're saying that the documents that were leaked, based on what is written in the documents, the different programs, the distinct programs, the outline was clear. Are you saying that the information in the documents was clear that these are two different and distinct programs, and that those who got the information did the conflation and the confusion, or the information came in the documents was so mixed up that anybody taking information from it to report it would have reported what was published on June 16? What are you saying?
So what I'm understanding is that someone leaked to the Blino the MOU that the government had signed, or the MOU that the government was discussing. So that's one document.
That's the TCN MOU.
The TCN MOU
was leaked. Good. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And all the details of that MOU, that was published. And what was published, let me just go a little bit more with this. What was published spoke of the limit in terms of number of in-transit third-party nationals through the country, 25 every fortnight. It spoke of not persons with...
Minister Marks? Looks as if we lost her, Nora. Call her back now. Kevin, take a quick break and come back now so we can finish up before we have to break for the news at 12.
Are you talking, Kevin?
Eyes were clear and bright.
We're reconnecting with Ambassador Audrey Marks. She says at no time did she mention 10,000 TCN coming through Jamaica with the US authorities. She says the TCN negotiations are not under her portfolio. That's the Ministry of National Security.
So why is she gone talk about it? Why is she talking about TCN if it's not within her portfolio? Well, by the way, none of them within her portfolio. The structured migration program is not under her portfolio. Her portfolio is what? Efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation. Tell me where you hear labor anywhere inside here. I think we have a Minister of Labor and Social Security, and his name is not Audrey Marks. His name is Colonel Charles Jr. So anywhere she go, Maka Jukar, she just said that she was discussing the TCN, and then on the side, in the margins, she said she talked to them about the structured migration program. People, we have to leave it right this so, because we have to go support Kevin, and we have to get to take a break from this and kind of like just relax. Well, actually, Kevin not gonna make you relax. Kevin not make you jump up and down. But tune in and check me out at 10, because you know we're gonna play at 10. We're gonna play last week we played reggae against Babylon. And what's about we're talking about police and government. This week we're gonna play reggae against Bad Mind. And all of the songs you hear, they will talk about how people can hurt you. And when I say people, we're talking about family, friends, and even strangers, right? You will all connect with these songs because every single one of you out there, everyone has been let down by a friend, a family member, or you've been criticized by people you don't even know. People don't even know it. Them hear things and them just spread rumors and things like that. A lot of these songs you've heard them. Some of them you haven't, but all in all, they're very good songs. I personally picked these songs out over the period of about 2 months, 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. And I planned on playing it last week, but because we're doing the thing on the government and Audrey Marks, we decided to play the one against government last week. So this week we're playing this one. So you have to tune in and listen to it. Please, I'm asking you. You're going to enjoy it. So listen, it's 7:58. We have to make Kevin go and set up because you know it go already. Kevin kind of like so disgusted with him just here with this whole thing with Minister Marks trying to not explain, obfuscate, confuse us with all of the foolishness. But you know what, students, you are critical thinkers. I thank you for joining us today. Please go over and join Kevin Stew right now and okay with Kevin, I will join at 10. So,
Reggae Global Radio.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
you hear me, right? The music, hear the music. All right.
See for yourself.
Reggae Global Radio, people. ReggaeGlobalRadio.com. See you there. Just a few.
For yourself.
Look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come true, all of the people here. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends, them build high rise, road still full of hope. A whose pocket do I feel, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go, time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, there's a time we go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born you, we grow you, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan. But 10 years later, we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate and it just more. And when we raise the voice, so call we political. But the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people cupboard empty. Oh, you live so large when we living so scanty. Not with fist, not with fire, but we voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I'm not too late. Time to go, the people. We say no, 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh, it's our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.